Wandering around, Danny, keeping out for my baseball cap.
It disappeared during dust devil.
Oh, there it is. Wow, you're good, man. Ask and you shall receive.
Thanks, Tom. And there's this vertical S shape to their neck. This is actually a split in the turtle family tree. So at one point, both of these groups had a common ancestor. There were two species that split off from that, and they have since become two entirely different groups of turtles. You know? Yes, two turtle groups, both alike in dignity, and fair Pangea where we lay our scene. Ferocious carnivore who moves so quickly on its feet. It's like pieces of a puzzle I love to try and solve. So much fun to think about how a species has evolved, and all the kids who want to see them are lining up at our museum. I am a paleontologist. That's who I am, that's who I am, that's who I am. I am a paleontologist. That's who I am, that's who I am, that's who I am. That's who I am, that's who I am, that's who I am. That's who I am, that's who I am, that's who I am. All right. Next up, I think we'll do the Galaxy song, but before we do that, let me just make a quick message. Have you no joy in your heart? Have you no curiosity in your mind? To me, dinosaurs represent everything that is true and beautiful and wondrous about the world that we inhabit. The fact that on this very planet, 66 million years ago, and longer ago, these animals were walking around in the same places where we live today. And they have left record of their existence in the rocks for us to find. How does that not fire the imagination? How does that not excite people? I feel like that's... If you can't get excited by that, I don't know what's going on with you. And I hope that's a fair thing to say. But anyway, sedimentologists and sometimes paleontologists to pick up a piece of rock like this, break off a little piece, then chew it in your teeth. And that kind of allows you to get a real tactile sense for like the grain size and the consistency of the rock. Is it a mudstone? Is it a siltstone? How grainy or fine is it? How smooth is it? That kind of thing. So I'll do a lot of that when I'm like taking a stratigraphic section. So like when you're measuring out, you know, like how high a particular site is in a given formation, and you want to like take stock of all the changes that are occurring in the rock. Yeah, in fact, according to this particular range map, California doesn't even exist. But how can that be? I'm here right now, aren't I? I mean... I don't... Just kidding. Possible question, but where do you draw the line in, say, an anagenetic lineage between different species? You know?
It's all philosophically, I mean, you write a paper and you say, this is where I'm drawing the line.
Yeah.
You know, and that's a human decision. It's not a biological decision.
Yeah, yeah.
You know, it's not date stamped on the bone. You know.
We got out there this morning and bailed some water out of the Iguanodontian quarry, and that was, yeah. I don't know, we'd done some decent trenching and everything, so the bone's gonna be okay, but...
Oh, if I had moved the wash, believe me, that would have been full.
Oh, yeah.
You know?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
Now, did that wash flow at all?
Oh yeah,
That did.
definitely.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Yeah, it was. I took some video of it. It was pretty impressive. That berm that I built there, really glad I did, or that would have been coming into the quarry. Holy cow! Yeah.
It's really important to quarry engineering. People don't think of it.
I did a lot of that in Hell Creek, the Leptoceratops site. That was
there was a quarry the Brigham Young University did for Apatosaur, the Mill Canyon dinosaur site, right on the side of a wash. And basically, when I decided to check it out, and I went there, the thing was filled with water. Pelve, probably over a 10-foot deep quarry hole. It filled with water. You could look through the murky water and see white of these big jackets over the pelvis and things. It came out okay. The bones are prepped and they look good, but generally I don't like to see my jackets underwater.
No, not a good thing.
Vex FX has got some words of wisdom.
Oh man!
It's not the size of the bone that matters; it's about its contribution to scientific knowledge.
I've been even yesterday morning.
Keep telling yourself that, yeah.
Yeah. And Corpse Smoothie says, my daughter won't stop asking how many dinosaurs you've dug up. You mean so far this summer? 0. We're just starting our work out here. But over the course of my career, I've dug up, I don't know how many individual dinosaurs. Probably close to 100? I don't know. I've dug up a lot of different dinosaurs in the past. I've been digging dinosaurs since 2011. So, yeah, if that was only 10 dinosaurs a year, that would be over 100. Some years it's definitely been more than 10, though. So, yeah.
This reads like a beat poem, Like you read it like a beatnik. The sky was too fast to catch, man, on the bird bath, but settled on the hills, shot through the dirty glass. But if I had gone outside, it would have flown. As it is, he still spotted me, man.
In the middle of the desert, because this is one of the best places to find. So the way that we find new sites like this is by walking around and just staring at the ground, looking for anything that might be a chunk of bone. Then we follow that up, find the source, dig in, and if we're lucky, we find a whole bunch of bones like we have at this site. But you can't do that if there's not a lot of exposed rocks. You got to go to places that are very dry, places where you have a lot of erosion. New things are eroding out all the time. So a desert landscape like this, despite the heat and the desolation and the isolation, this is like a wonderland for fossils, Colloquial term for this kind of landscape is badlands, but these aren't badlands, these are the best lands, which is why we're here. Like, there were dinosaurs that lived at the same time as our early mammalian ancestors, and the smartest of the dinosaurs were smarter than the smartest of the mammals, we think. And they were as intelligent as they needed to be in their environment because they were remarkably successful. Dinosaurs ruled the earth for over 150 million years. So they were plenty smart. Sometimes being too smart can actually be a disadvantage. I mean, shoot, look at us today, where we're in the process of absolutely wrecking our planet. And being smart can also, can lead you to do things like polluting the environment or creating nuclear weapons. Maybe human intelligence will turn out to be a mistake. Who knows? Time will tell. Let's see.
Surviving ants may be able to regroup and rebuild. But when they do, the pangolin will be there to destroy it all over again.
Get wrecked, ants! Call and we can kind of, here, if you want to hold that. It's not heavy. And you could drop it, it's fine, it's just plastic. That's the other day.
Let's take the head off. But yeah, so you see, here's the dennary, and these are the post-dennary bones. And in there, see that big?
Yeah.
That's what you're looking down on there.
Yeah, that little bowl right there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah.
So this is, post-entry, cerangular, you know. And you can see these fractures because of the way this thing had collapsed. This maxilla goes and you can see it drops down, there's more of it. But if you look over there, there is a beautiful maxilla.
Look at that. Yeah. Right
That's
here.
one of the things that you can just name that dinosaur after that maxilla.
So you're looking at like the lingual side right there. So you're looking at like you're inside the mouth at the right
You see a little
maxilla.
juvenile.
Look at those teeth.
To become a paleontologist is to start working in a museum. If you have a museum near where you live, try to start working in that museum. Whether it's as a volunteer or even a custodian or whatever you can do to put yourself in that museum and start talking to scientists, start talking to other paleontologists. Become involved in the museum there, and that can be your fast track to a career in paleontology. That is what I started doing when I was in high school. I was, I think, 14 years old when I started working at the University of California Museum of Paleontology in Berkeley. Here I am working on, It's good to have Ethan back, too. How you doing, Ethan?
Good. How are you, Chad?
Yeah. Chad, be polite. Answer Ethan, please.
Come on now.
Anything good over here?
Bunch of dirt.
Just horse noises. Yeah.
Yeah, I got it once earlier,
People were enjoying that song. Let me find it again. Gosh darn it, that's not it. Hang on.
He's kind of our dinosaur ambassador here at Twitch for the weekend. And yeah, teaching people about how these animals had feathers.
Yeah, dude, guys, you gotta have to follow this. This is one of my favorite ASMR channels. You learn a lot of stuff just in the daytime when you're working. Oh my god, it's
I
awesome.
appreciate that.
Yeah,
Thank
I love
you.
it. Yeah.
But yeah, our apatosaurus right here. So sauropods, they tend to have pretty small heads, at least compared to their body and compared to their full length. And a big part of that is that they had long necks. You don't want to have a huge, heavy head at the end of a very long neck. Just is not going to work well. If you're going to have a long neck, you should have a nice, small head at the end that'll be fairly lightweight, easy to kind of swing around. So yeah, the fact that these guys had small heads and relatively small brains was an excellent adaptation. If you've got a big, a humongous brain at the end of a very long neck, you're going to have circulatory problems. It's not going to go well for you. So yeah, having a small head, a small brain, is part of the recipe for success for these dinosaurs. One of the reasons why they were so remarkably successful. We've got sauropod dinosaurs from all 7 continents now, including Antarctica. And basically we have them from the beginning of the Jurassic period until the very end of the Cretaceous. They were definitely doing something right. Yeah. So accoutrement are additional items of dress or equipment or other items carried or worn by a person or used for a particular activity. So yeah, miscellanea is a broader term than accoutrement.
Accoutrement.
What? That's not how you pronounce that.
Accoutrement.
Accoutrements. All these accoutrements.
Accoutrement.
No, that's wrong. I've never heard it pronounced like that. It's wrong. This is incorrect. Incorrect.
Accoutrement. Accoutrement.
No.
Remember, when you go in a dig, don't mess with the nails.
All right. So yeah, somebody was asking about what are the tools that we use out here. So I've got my tool bag. It's a little bit messy right now. And it's actually missing a few tools. Where did I put my scoop with the... Let's see. Have you seen a black oyster knife anywhere?
Yeah,
It was
that
inside of a
up
red scoop?
on, oh, it's behind.
Oh, okay. Thanks, Maris. Appreciate it. Yeah. Yeah, so this is one that I use a lot for the actual digging part. So this is an oyster knife, like you might use for opening oysters if you're the sort of person who eats oysters. I've never been a fan, but I'm a big fan of this for digging up dinosaurs. More and better dinosaurs have been dug up with this simple, humble tool than anything ever rolled off the line at Caterpillar or John Deere or anything like that. This is the sort of tool that we use to dig up dinosaurs. This and tools like this, an awl. This is a really nice one because it actually has the metal, what's it called, metal pawling on here? So you can actually hit that with a hammer and it won't completely destroy the awl. And then, yeah, other various tools, pencil, toothbrush for brushing, another soft brush for brushing. Pretty simple stuff, you know? This certainly isn't rocket surgery out here, nor is it as well funded. So, yeah. Dear flies, please stay away. I do not want you biting me, and I don't want to have to keep swatting you and squishing you. Sincerely, Danny.
And weigh as much as 145 metric.
Yeah, rah, blue whales, they're big. They're essentially weightless because they live in the ocean, you know? Whales cheat.
Tons, more than twice as heavy as the most.
Less than the third of working with tech. Always assume it'll work. And then feign disgust and shock when it doesn't. Yes, this teaches the technology that you have high expectations for it. Yeah.
We're still looking for really good big theropod material from this formation. We want a tyrannosaur, you know? We know they're here. We found their teeth. We know with absolute certainty that there were tyrannosaurs that lived in this environment. It would be shocking if that were not the case. It is the case. They lived here. We know it. We need to find a good skeleton. Logan might do that this year, and he might do that thanks to the funding that we raised. And I'm really proud of that, and you should be proud of that too, Chad.
Thank you from viewers like you.
Thank you for viewers like that. Just like say it in a generic foreign accent. Thank you for viewers like you.
It's like a country that doesn't exist.
Yes. From Elbonia.
Elbonia.
What are beans in Spanish?
Krakosia.
That could be like 3.5 continents. Elbonia is pretty good.
For
Pretty cool. Yeah. Excellent. Wow. Right. And now we're gonna send it down the hill. Yes. Oh, come on, baby. Yeah. There you go. Nice. It's very nice. So some celebratory ape noises. So it goes here.
It's not going to be this that I can't say. Family-friendly stream here. This sounds like something you'd yell to another boater, though, when they cut you off at the marina.
You're not doing
Pretty big animal here.
That's what paleontology.
Let's see if I can get up here. There we are. I'm taller than Lordy for once. Yeah, there we are. Pretty cool. Yeah. Very, very neat.
Sweetie Pie, are you irate? What's going on? Are you filled with rage? Do you want to talk about it, sweetie? Sometimes it helps to talk about these things, you know? What's going on, Sweetie Pie? What is it? She might be upset about the state of science funding in this country, which has certainly got me worked up lately. I appreciate everybody talking with me about that on Tuesday. I'm glad we finally got to discuss that. I know I'd been putting it off for a while. Well, hello, everybody. And welcome back to Paleontologizing. What's up with our lights here? Hang on, something glitched. There we go. Thank you, YKKET for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. And thank you, Cephalon Wolf, for the 21 months of support. Thank you kindly. Welcome. If it's anyone's very first time here, and I'm sure it's somebody's, welcome to Paleontologizing. Let me introduce myself real quick. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. As a paleontologist, I study fossils. That's what a paleontologist does. That's what paleontology is uncovering the history of life on Earth by using the fossil record. I happen to work on dinosaurs, mostly, in particular, hence dinosaur paleontologist. Dinosaurs are what I study, what I excavate. During the summers, I just got back from Utah, where I spent 3 weeks with the Utah Geological Survey, digging up a brand new species of iguanodont dinosaur. You should check out the VODs if you want to see part of that. And then, for a month prior to that, a whole month, I was out in Wyoming and then Montana, digging up dinosaurs with some of the best field crews in the world. Now I'm here, back in my office in the San Francisco Bay Area, and here we do things like go over new scientific papers as they come out, new dinosaurs that have been published. We did 6 new dinosaurs yesterday, catching up on all the ones I missed while I was out in the field. Do 3D printing. We'll be doing more of this today, and just kind of we'll talk about what's going on in the world of fossil science. I want to give you a first-hand look into what paleontology is all about. How do paleontologists do our work? Why is it important? Why should you care about this kind of thing? These creatures that lived tens of millions of years ago, how is this relevant to your everyday life? We talk about that here. So welcome to Paleontologizing. Moonbeam Baby, hey, thank you for being here. Welcome. It's good to have you. Lovely to see new usernames in the chat. I hope you stick around and let me know if you've got any questions. Given that this is a live, interactive broadcast, the whole point is to be able to hang out and talk about fossil science. This isn't a lecture, this isn't a performance, this is conversation, you know? Let's chat. I think our main thing today, apart from metazoa and 3D printing, assembling our Diabloceratops skull, although we're going to be looking at a new video from PBS that just came out about the commercial fossil trade. This is something that's been in the headlines recently, and oh boy, the commercial fossil trade. Dinosaur auctions. Not a fun thing to talk about, but it is important to discuss, so we'll be doing that today. I'm going to try and provide some context from the actual world of paleontology. We'll go beyond the hype and the misrepresentation and everything else and talk about what's what with regard to these fossil auctions. So anywho, T-Matrix, hey, thank you. I appreciate the kind words. Check out Dino. Guess we could do that, Claire. Yeah, I guess we've got some time. Yeah. And there you go, RB Antiquities. Oh boy. And YKKET says, howdy, first time here. My son, 11, is quite interested in dinosaurs. And he says he wants to be a paleontologist. And your channel popped up today? Wonderful. Can I call you YKK? YKK, if he's looking for any advice or anything, or if you want any, like, parenting tips on how to raise a young paleontologist, I'd be more than happy to tell you what I know, provide whatever insight I might possess. I've wanted to be a paleontologist since I was very, very small. Basically, since I realized I couldn't grow up to be a dinosaur, I decided to do the next best thing and become a paleontologist. And really, the way that I got started there, and this was mentioned in one of those clips just a few moments ago in like our opening reel. When I was just starting high school, I started volunteering at the University of California Museum of Paleontology on the campus of the University of California, Berkeley. I used to take the train there every day and hang out with the paleontologists and assist with curatorial duties and fossil prep and cleaning the floors, whatever needed to be done. And this changed my life. It is the reason why I am where I am today. It was because I got started volunteering at the museum when I was, I think, 14 or 15. It opened up so many doors for me. So, yeah. And is Birdman a dinosaur? You mean, what's his name? Keith Richards, not Michael Richards. Michael Keaton. Is he a dinosaur? He's not. He's a mammal. Kennedy. But birds are dinosaurs, though. Anywho. But yeah. Anywho. And Moonbeam Baby says, I texted my nephew that he's old enough to volunteer. Lol, he will be so stoked. Yeah, if there's a museum near where he lives, then yeah, lucky him. Let's see. Let's see.
As one of my critics labeled me, loading these bombs to satisfy my personal whim.
Here's something for California from I Know Dino. I need to get back in touch with these folks because they were interested in an interview at some point. Museum map. Oh, here we go. Shoot, this is what you want. There you go. Excellent. Good stuff. Yeah, anyhow. And M. Chiro says, is Big Bird from Sesame Street a dinosaur? If he's a bird, then yes. If he's a man in a costume, then no. But yeah. Oh, and very cool, YK. An hour or so train ride from New York City in the Museum of Natural History. M&H, the American Museum of Natural History in Central Park West. One of the biggest, most beautiful, most well-funded fossil museums on the planet. If he can get in volunteering there, that would be stellar. Holy cow. What an awesome place to get a start to your career. Yeah. Fluke Fisk says, what is the holy grail for a paleontologist? It depends what kind of paleontologist. Again, people forget that paleontology is an extraordinarily broad field. We're talking about 3+ billion years of evolution on Earth. Everything from fossil bacteria to fossil bears, from fossil ferns to fossil frogs. Dinosaurs are just the very tip of the iceberg. But, yeah, so it depends what kind of paleontology you're doing. If you're, say, a paleobotanist, one of those big things might be like, find the first angiosperm fossil, the first flowering plant. Today, flowering plants are dominant on our planet. There are thousands upon thousands, like hundreds of thousands of species of flowering plants. And we know that they show up probably in the early Cretaceous period. We've got very early fossils from the early Cretaceous of China, but there had to have been ones earlier than this. I think Archaeofructus might be the first undisputed angiosperm. Archaeofructus. Gorgeous fossil here. Yeah. But there should be earlier ones. would be something of a holy grail, I suppose. For dinosaur science, finding one of the first dinosaur fossils from the late or even middle Triassic period, that would be stellar. Finding something that's an earlier bird than Archaeopteryx, that would be a huge deal. Helping fill in that small gap that we have between non-bird dinosaurs and birds. There's a zillion different ways I can answer that question, but it all depends on what are you interested in. Again, paleontology is a hugely broad science. And Maritamo, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Good to have you here. Yeah. And Flugfist says, let me rephrase. What is my holy grail to find? It's a really good question. My holy grail in terms of field paleontology. Maybe it would be like a fossil that links the Saurischia and the Ornithischia. The two major groups of dinosaurs. So the so-called lizard-hipped dinosaurs and the so-called bird-hipped dinosaurs, Saurischia and Ornithischia, respectively. This is like a split that happens right at the base of the dinosaur family tree, we think. And it's confusing because birds actually evolved from the lizard-hipped dinosaurs, not from the bird-hipped dinosaurs. These names were devised before we realized that birds are a kind of dinosaur. So anyway, finding a link between these, finding a critter that is clearly intermediate, right at the base of the dinosaur family tree, that would be stellar. You'd probably have to go somewhere in the southern hemisphere for this, because so far the places with the best record of early dinosaur evolution are places in the southern hemisphere. Argentina, southern Africa. These are places where you've got dinosaurs from the Triassic period, from a good long time ago. So yeah. And Ava Little this is a really good point, actually, that Ava Little makes. I would think that the holy grail would be to be able to do your own research without ever worrying about funding. Having all the money you need, plus the available area for you to dig without issue. That's a better answer than mine was. Yes. That's the thing. This is a really common refrain over the past 3 weeks when I was out in Utah. The big limiting factor for fossil science, for dinosaur science in particular, it's not, we don't have enough fossils. There's plenty of fossils, and there's fossils all over the place waiting to be dug up. It's money, you know? If we had funding, which we have very, very, very little of, we could do a lot of incredible stuff, but despite the fact that dinosaurs are big business, as we'll be seeing today with this whole auction thing, dinosaurs make certain people very, very, very wealthy. They do not make paleontologists wealthy. In fact, we often have to scrounge around just to get any little bit of funding at all to be able to do our work. Whereas dinosaurs make huge profits for video game companies, filmmakers, Hollywood, toy manufacturers, dinosaurs are big business, but not for the people who actually work with dinosaurs. You know? In the grand scheme of things, it's like, if you think of dinosaurs as a cultural thing being like a sports stadium, paleontologists are like the janitors who clean it afterward. There's tons of people from the public filing in to spend all kinds of money on taking this in as like a cultural commodity, watching the game. And then you have the players on the field. These are like Hollywood producers and executives and, you know, CEOs of toy companies and stuff like that. The people like actually making things work, the people running the facility, the paleontologists aren't making any money, you know? Many of us are volunteering. Imagine if like half of the janitors, the custodial staff at a sports stadium were volunteers.
And it's therefore likely that we're here today because, by the luck of the draw, dinosaurs who had been dominant over mammals in ordinary times got felled in a mass extinction.
110 FTEMPs. Welcome back to civilization.
Thank you, C-152 Flyer. Thank you for the 11 months of support there. And cheers. I actually need to put some water in this. There's just ice. Hang on just a second. Anyhow. And Hector Hectagon says, there must be a few lucky paleontologists who make nice money. Not really. There's a few paleontologists who have kind of gone the direction of, like, becoming bureaucrats, essentially. Like, oh, I'm director of this museum, and thus I don't actually do paleontology anymore at all. But even they make way less money than you would expect, you know? Like, there are public officials who make a lot more money than... there are public servants who make more money than even some of the best paid paleontologists. Anyway, I'm gonna get some water, but let me play a quick channel trailer to introduce any new folks to the channel while we are here. There we go. Be right back.
My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist, and this is Paleontologizing. Science isn't just test tubes and beakers and white lab coats. What we're doing out here is science, too. We're testing hypotheses by excavating these fossils. The age
Join
of
me for museum tours, interviews with other paleontologists, audience Q&A, 3D printing. It's pretty big. Who thought this was a good idea? And of course, live dinosaur digs.
A limb bone from a new duck-billed dinosaur.
I invite you to tune in and experience the adventure of fossil science. Here we go. Welcome to Paleontology. Anywho, as I was talking about the this whole thing about there's no money in paleontology. There is. It's just not going to the science. We'll be talking about this today here. I'll show you just like the first minute from this. I've not seen this before, but
I'll start by saying the events shown in this documentary are totally legal.
Oh boy. Hang on a second. Geo Jim. Thank you for the raid. Welcome to Paleontologizing.
And their protein raiders are about to get flattened by dinosaur content.
It's good to have you here, Geo Jim. What is wrong with the lights? They're supposed to come back on. Something wrong with Lumia stream. Welcome Geo Jim and raiders. How was your stream? I hope it was really good. Thanks for joining us. If anyone's not yet following Geo Jim, he's a geologist. He does science outreach content right here on Twitch, all about geology, the history of the Earth. If you're curious about rocks, if you're curious about deep time, if you're curious about why our planet is the way that it is, go follow Geo Jim. Good work over there. Thank you, Geo Jim, for the raid. Rock on indeed, I really appreciate it. Welcome back. Here we go. We're going to be watching this documentary today. I'm going to tease you with just the first part of it here, and we'll get into more of it. But pay close attention to this introduction and how they have to preface this.
I'll start by saying the events shown in this documentary are totally legal.
The fact that they have to say that tells you that you are in for a wild ride. This is basically a tacit admission, like, I know this seems crazy and everything about this is extremely scummy and gross and should 1,000,000% be illegal. All of these people should be in prison. But legally, that's fine. Yeah.
We're talking about a legitimate market.
A legitimate market, you know? Totally legitimate business, you know? The legitimate businessmen's club. Legitimate businessmen's social club. Yeah.
We're talking about something going on in broad daylight.
Ugh. Anyhow, the commercial fossil trade. We'll be getting into this in a bit, so stay tuned. Flick says, I can already tell this is going to depress me. I'm going to do my very best to keep things... I mean, this is going to be legitimately outrageous, but we're going to be poking fun at how outrageous it is. We're going to be having fun with it, you know? Because with something like this, you have to laugh so you don't cry. We're going to be laughing today. Hopefully not crying. Anyway. Yeah. Eclipse watching. Oh, very nice, Nell. I hope you enjoyed. That sounds awesome. Yeah. Anyhow. We'll get back to this in a little bit. But first, let's do a quick blue sky post. I look a little too disgusted right there. Let's try... Let's try that. Header screenshot, I hope. There we go, that'll work. Alright, let's post that. Let people know that we're live. Okay. We'll be... We're discussing the sordid world of the commercial fossil trade today. You're welcome to join us. Overhyped dinosaur auctions to
fossil smuggling. Join us, hang out, and talk about how we can work toward where science triumphs over word that I'm looking for. Science triumphs over greed. There we go. Backdrop featuring a huge printed Allosaurus skull. Small Triceratops horn. Various famed prints of dinosaur skeletal mounts in museums. There we go. Looks good. Paleontologizing. If I get spelled correctly, let's post it.
Hold on to your butts.
There we go. Hey, Shark Geek. How are you doing? Welcome, welcome. Good to have you here, Shark Geek. I hope all is well. It was nice to be able to raid into you and your channel last night. You had an excellent rest of your stream after that. Bagheera says, have you been into any excavation sites outside the US? I've been to a few in the UK, in England, and on the Isle of Wight, but I was just visiting those sites. I wasn't actually doing any work there. I did find a big iguanodon track on the beach at the Isle of Wight, and that may have since been collected, but I didn't collect it myself. Let me find you a picture. This would have been in November of last year. There we go. Yeah, there is an iguanodon track right there. 1 toe, 2 toes, 3 toes. Tridactyl footprint. On the beach on the Isle of Wight. There is another photo of it right there. So there's the heel, 1 toe, 2 toes, 3 toes. And here is... well, that's a different one. This is one that Susie Maidmont found. There it is right there. There's the heel, toe, toe, toe.
Myosaurs always ate their vegetables.
And Dr. PhD MDDDS, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Good to have you here. Here is World Authority on Stegosaurs, Dr. Susie Maidmont, whom we interviewed back in January, I think. So anyway, I visited a few field sites overseas. I've not really worked overseas doing field work. Not yet, at least. All of my field work thus far has been domestic. But I've been digging up dinosaurs since 2011. How many field seasons is that so far? I made a tally here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. 21 field seasons so far. So a season being like at least a few days, sometimes as much as like 5 weeks. In a particular region, collecting fossils, gathering data. I've done that 21 times so far in my life. It'll be 22 when we go back out to Utah again at the end of September. So anyhow, yeah. Yeah. Anyhow. Here's a link to that Blue Sky post again if anybody wants to engage with it. Let's do some Metazoa, and then we'll get into some more Q&A. We'll get into that documentary. Get into the real veggies and potatoes of the stream, so to speak. Let's tackle Metazoa first. This is something that I like to do every stream that I remember when I'm back in my office. It's a daily animal guessing challenge. You have to try and guess what the mystery animal of the day is, but you're not just firing blindly. There's a methodical way that you can do this, so you can get it in fewer than 20 guesses. I try and get it in fewer than 5 guesses. You use an evolutionary family tree to figure it out. I love to do this because it's an excuse to talk about phylogeny, to talk about how living things are related to one another. Because, as we know nowadays, every living thing on our planet is related in a grand tree of life. As far as we know, every living thing on Earth is descended from a single common ancestor about 3 or 4 billion years ago. All living things on our planet have DNA, and they share certain amounts of DNA because they're all descended from that last common ancestor. Life on Earth is not a mystery. It's not, the way that we classify things isn't just based on vibes or feelings or whatever. It's based on DNA. It's based on how these things are actually related to one another. It's a big family tree. And one way to illustrate that is with this. Hang on a sec. Herbulus, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Good to have you here. As far as we know, all life on our planet has a single origin about 3.5, maybe 4 billion years ago. Everything from quinoa to kelp, to ladybugs, to octopus, to buntings, and you and me, we are all related. Jump to us on the Tree of Life here. There's good old Homo sapiens right there within Hominidae. Yeah. Anyway, with Metazoa, thankfully we don't have to deal with the entire Tree of Life, only with the clade Metazoa, which is animals. So, only 1.4 million species, give or take. Anyway, let's get started.
Hold on to your butts.
So the way that this works, as you'll see, is you type in a guess into here, and then Metazoa will give you the most exclusive evolutionary clade that includes your guess and the mystery animal. If you guess really close, it'll be a really small group. If your guess is not close, it'll be a really broad group. So I'm going to start off here with... I always like to start off with mouse, because a mouse is a kind of rodent. Rodents are a very speciose group. There's tons of species in this clade. And this game is kind of heavily biased toward mammals. Rodents are maybe the most speciose clade of their rank within Mammalia. So let's try mouse to start with. And oh boy, that was a good guess to start with. That was a good guess to start with. Our critter isn't a mouse, and it's not a rodent, but it is part of Euarchontoglires. So this is the rodents, and their close relatives, and the primates and their close relatives. They form a group called the Euarchontoglires. So let's jump to there. A little bit of vertebrates first. There we go. Here's animals with bones. These are all fish, technically speaking, including mammals, amphibians, reptiles. Mammals are right over here. And then within the mammals, we have monotremes, therian mammals. These are ones who don't lay eggs. Marsupials are over here. But placental mammals are here. They don't have a pouch. They give birth to live young. Boroeutherians are right here. This is bats and rats and cats and bats, rats, cats. What else rhymes? Bats, cats. Not wombats, they're marsupials. Colugos, yeah, but that doesn't rhyme, Mayor Space. Anywho, up here you've got the Laurasia. Our critter is not part of this. Remember, it said Euarchontoglires. This is the primates and their relatives, and the rodents and their relatives. That's this clade right here. Rodents, primates, and more. It sounds almost kind of like a little commercial jingle or something. Come on down to Euarchontoglires, rodents, primates, and more. Anywho, we guessed mouse. And a mouse is a kind of rodent. Rodents are over here in Glires. We know it can't be this, or it would have said Glires. It doesn't. It says Euarchontoglires, so we know we've got to take a left over here into Euarchonta. This is the primates and their relatives. So, a clever way to do this is to try to think about major splits in these groups and choose one side or the other. I don't think they have tree shrews. I don't think they have colugos. It's got to be some kind of primate. Right? They don't have tree shrew. No. They don't have colugo, so it's got to be some kind of primate. You've got the strepsirrhines up here, which are lemurs and their kin. And then you have the haplorhines, monkeys, apes, and tarsiers. Just by the numbers, it's probably some kind of haplorhine. I'm guessing it's either going to be a New World monkey or an Old World monkey. Just by the numbers, it's probably going to be an Old World monkey. Let's try maybe... Try like baboon and see if that works. Let's see. Okay, our critter is a catarrhine, but it is not a baboon. So we're right, it is a catarrhine, but not a baboon. You get this split really early on between the Cercopithecids and the hominoids, the apes. It's gonna be an ape. It's some kind of ape. Is it gonna be a gibbon, or is it gonna be one of the great apes, though? I'm guessing it's gonna be one of the great apes. Let's try gorilla. It could be human, Mayor Space. It could be. But I'm going to go gorilla.
Hold on to your butts.
Let's see. And there it is. There it is.
Hold on to your butts.
Excellent. Yeah. Not too shabby. We got that in 3 guesses. All right, Western gorilla. Nice. Let's post that real quick. There we go. Let's see. Back in the swing of things. gonna say that. Let's say, locked in. Nice. Harambe would be proud, but here he is. Funny, within the great apes, we've got 7 living species. There used to be so many more. The African apes are the only living group of great apes. Homininae. You've got gorillas over here. They split off first about 8 million years ago. And then the 2 living species of gorilla only split less than 2 million years ago from each other. That's why they're so similar. Then after that, you get this clade that comes over here, the hominids. And then we, as humans, split off from the rest of the hominids about 6 million years ago. There's us. And then you get the bonobos and the chimps. They also split off about 6 million years ago, but they only split from each other about 1.5 million years ago. Anyhow, this is our family tree here. Let's see if we can find an Animal Fact Files video on gorillas. We'll watch that real quick, and then get into some paleontology stuff. But the point is that all of this stuff is related, you know? Like, not only are living things related to one another, and we know this by studying the morphology of these critters, looking at their bodies, looking at their skeletons, looking at their anatomy. We know it by looking deep down at their DNA, their genetic codes. We also know it from the fossil record. From seeing how far back in time these different lineages go and seeing where they seem to split apart and where different groups move from one part of the world to another. It's all related. Biology is, in some ways, just modern paleontology, you know? Paleontology is the study of the history of life on Earth. Biology is the study of life today. In some ways, it's kind of an extension of paleontology, so to speak. Or maybe vice versa. Yeah. There we go. Gorillas on Animal Fact Files. They always do good stuff.
The name gorilla is supposedly of Greek origin, and means something along the lines of a tribe of hairy women. While these primates are certainly hairy, having only their faces, ears, hands, and feet exposed, there are definitely males within their midst. Gorillas are actually the largest living primates in the world, and male gorillas top the charts, weighing in at an average of 400 pounds, with female...
It's funny to say that the world's largest living primates. That is true on average. There are, however, some people who would outweigh a full-grown gorilla. But yeah. You could go, well, actually, there are people that are larger than this, and we're also primates, but, you know. On average, they are by far the largest.
Males only reaching about half of that weight. Only. As if 200 pounds of gorilla isn't a wonder. There are currently 2 accepted species of gorillas and 4 subspecies, and they are all found in limited ranges throughout Central Africa. All gorillas are considered critically endangered, both due to poaching for meat as well as habitat loss. Humans are some of their only threats, though young gorillas are predated naturally by birds of prey and potentially leopards.
And by crocodiles, too.
Hey, Disney's Tarzan maybe got something right. The different species of gorillas are found in different habitats and show off slightly different appearances. The eastern gorillas are also known as mountain gorillas, as they live towards the highest peaks of mountain forests, where nightly temperatures can drop below freezing. Thankfully for them, however, they come equipped with long, shaggy hair. I'm digging the Sasquatch vibe, ladies. Western gorillas, who are also called lowland gorillas, are probably the more well-known of the gorillas, because these are the species most commonly found in zoos around the world. Lowland gorillas live in dense secondary forests with open canopies, as well as rainforests and even swampy habitats. These separate habitats bring about different feeding behaviors in their gorilla inhabitants, though, generally speaking, gorillas are considered herbivores. They do take the occasional arthropod too, but for the most part they eat plant materials like fruits, berries, leaves, shoots, roots, and more. They spend their days eating and resting in nests. They spend their nights resting in nests. They like making nests. In a tree, on the ground, doesn't matter, but they make a new nest each time. Gorillas live in family groups that average around 6 members. Usually, these are headed by a single dominant male, who has breeding rights to all the females in his troop, though in some cases more than one may...
Oh yeah, what are these captions? Sorry, Claire, I wasn't even looking at them. There's gotta be, it's auto-translated from Korean into English? Oh boy, let's just turn these off because they're borked. Sorry.
May be present. Typically, these dominant males are referred to as silverbacks, because as male gorillas age, they develop a gray sheen on their backside. However, we think it's important to note that all mature male gorillas sport this coloration, not just the dominant males. Gorillas reach maturity at about 10 years of age, though competition usually keeps males from breeding until they're about 15. Males are often solitary, driven off from their parents' groups, until...
Gorilla, I think it's the western lowland gorilla, right? Let's look that up real quick. Western gorilla. Eastern gorilla is Gorilla beringii. So yeah, the western gorilla is gorilla. The western lowland gorilla, gorilla. And here's one at the San Francisco Zoo. Very cool. He and I are neighbors. Nice. We do have gorillas here in the Bay Area. Pretty cool. Let's continue.
They find females who have left their own parents' groups. This is often how new groups are formed. Once formed, the male must protect his females and offspring from rivals. Female gorillas gestate for about 9 months and usually only give birth to one baby. The energy expense of raising twins often results in a mother abandoning one of the young. Baby gorillas are dependent on their mother for about 4 years, though they'll stay with their family group for many years after that. On average, gorillas can live to be 40 years old, and there's evidence that suggests they may mourn their lost group members. If one of the most well-known gorillas, Coco...
Some people do that too, you know? It's amazing, the similarities.
...were alive today, she'd probably tell you to go learn more about these amazing animals because there's so much we couldn't cover in a single 4-minute video. For more facts on gorillas, check out the links in the description. Give a thumbs up if you learned something new today, and thank you for watching Animal Fact Files.
There you go. It's like we're basically apes. I mean, not just basically, factually, you know? Our family. Here's us. Pretty cool. And there's certain things that you see that they just really, it becomes unmistakable. This is not a gorilla, but rather an orangutan. Driving a golf cart. It's crazy. When I was in Florida back in May, a lot of people driving golf carts around. This would not have been unusual to see, I feel. You know? And Steely Dan, that's exactly what I was going to show next, actually. Zoopranos. Gold. uh, say, well, they're so much like us. Of course they are, because we're closely related. Anyway, you get the idea. Oh, there you go, Steely Dan. Yeah. Anyway, good stuff. And this is the perspective that paleontology gives us. You know, we can say that we look really similar to the great apes, or they look very much like us. It's probably because they're related. But then you go and you look at their skeletons, you look at their muscles. It's literally the same stuff, just modified via a few million years of evolution. We have evolved in separate directions to do different things. But that underlying family resemblance is still there. You can see that in the DNA as well. If you're a geneticist, you can look at the genetic codes of, say, a gorilla, a person, and see the few places where just a few modifications have taken place via natural selection and genetic drift too. And then you can look at the fossil record and you can find out where these two lineages split. It all comes together from different branches of science. It's a beautiful thing, really. Speaking of which, let me find that clip from that 2007 documentary.
A big influence. The court took a break.
So this is a documentary about a trial in 2005, the Kitzmiller versus Dover trial. This is a court case in which creationists were trying to get creationism introduced to an American public school. You know, this religious idea that, like, life forms arrived via supernatural means rather than, you know, by changing over time. Excellent documentary. I'll give you a link to it right here. But there's a relevant little snippet here. It has everything to do with what we were just talking about. And that is a Triceratops horn on the wall there, Telekinesis. Yeah, it's 3D printed, of course. But that's a brow horn of a young Triceratops. Anyhow.
That gives rise to those traits in the first place.
And therefore you could say that when modern genetics came into being, everything in Darwin's theory was at risk. Could have been overturned if it turned out that genetics contradicted the essential elements of evolutionary theory.
So this is what I was just talking about, where in science we use evidence from different fields to test ideas. So if we're trying to figure out, like, where does biodiversity come from? How do living things come to be? You can look at the fossils, you can look at DNA, you can look at creatures' modern anatomy, or even their behaviors and ecologies and things like that.
if something is true, then it should be supported by lots of different lines of evidence. And so when old Chucky D, Charlie Darwin, when he was coming up with this idea about descent with modification, what today we call evolution, via natural selection, he didn't know about DNA. That hadn't been discovered yet. But he put forth these ideas based on what he saw in the fossil record and among modern organisms, and he had a lot of hunches and he had a lot of evidence to support it, but he was kind of putting this idea out there into the world that was pretty delicate. It's like, with the discovery of DNA, all of that could have come crashing down if that didn't support the idea that living things change over time. But that's kind of what Ken Miller is saying here.
And therefore you could say that when modern genetics came into being, everything in Darwin's theory was at risk. Could have been overturned if it turned out that genetics contradicted the essential elements of evolutionary theory. But it didn't contradict them. It confirmed them in great detail.
Yep.
And as Miller would testify, a genetics paper published less than a year before the trial had confirmed what has long been the most inflammatory part of Darwin's theory, the common ancestry of humans and apes. That paper explored...
So here we go. Yeah, I don't know why they're arranged in a grid like this. The Hollywood squares of mammals. Anywho, human, gorilla, chimp. Chimps and bonobos they should really be next to each other. But humans, our closest living relatives are the bonobos and the chimps. We're equally closely related to both of them because, as you see here, the chimpanzees include the chimps and the bonobos. They split off from a common ancestor about 1.5 million years ago. And they split off from our ancestor 6 million years ago. So we, as human beings, have been separate from the bonobos and the chimps for about 6 million years. They had one species that split off and then split into two ones later. So we are equally distantly related to the chimps and the bonobos, if that makes sense.
A curious discrepancy in our chromosomes.
It is a supraorbital horn. You're right,
The cells
Telekinesis.
of
Yeah.
all great apes, like chimpanzees, gorillas, and orangutans, contain 24 pairs of chromosomes. If humans share a common ancestor with apes, you'd expect us to have the same number.
Which is weird, because we don't. How many chromosomes, how many pairs of chromosomes do we have, chat? Yeah, typically speaking. I know there could be anomalies that occur. 46 total, which means how many pairs? It's 46 divided by 2. 23.
But surprisingly, human cells contain only 23 pairs.
So what's the deal there? This has been a mystery for a while. Why do we have a different number of chromosomes than our closest relatives?
The question is, if evolution is right about this common ancestry idea, where'd the chromosome go? Well, evolution makes a testable prediction. And that is that somewhere in the human genome, we ought to be able to find a piece of Scotch tape holding two chromosomes together.
So, right, instead of there being 24 pairs, 2 of them got taped together, essentially, so that you only have 23 instead of 24. This is the beautiful thing about science, is it's all about making testable predictions, testable hypotheses. Science is all about coming up with an idea, but that idea has to be testable. You can't just say, oh, it was magic, or, oh, you know, whatever, who cares? You have to have a way that things occur. There has to be a plausible way to actually get there. And you have to be able to test it. You can't say, well, you know, it's supernatural or whatever. That's not science, you know? And a lot of people use that in everyday life. A lot of people have, you know, all kinds of different beliefs, you know. A lot of people find supernatural beliefs really comforting, and there's nothing wrong with that necessarily. But it's not science, though, you know? In order for something to be science, it has to be testable. And it has to be methodologically naturalistic, we say. You have to be able to come up with an explanation for it that you can actually account for. You can't say, oh, well, it will always be a mystery because of some reason that I've made up. Like, no, it has to be testable. There has to be a natural explanation for things. Science is the study of nature. If you're going outside of nature to find explanations, then it doesn't work. You're not doing science. Does that make sense? Speaking of which, actually, there's another clip in the same documentary I'll jump to real quick.
The court took a break, and I remember.
If you invoke a non-natural cause, a spirit force or something like that in your research, I have no way to test it.
So, supernatural causation is not considered part of science?
Yeah. I hesitate to beg the patience of the court with this, but being a Boston Red Sox fan, I can't resist it.
Any Boston Red Sox fans in the chat? Anybody?
Yeah. One might say, for example, that the reason the Boston Red Sox were able to come back from 3 games down against the New York Yankees was because God was tired of George Steinbrenner and wanted the Red Sox to win. In my part of the country, you'd be surprised how many people think that's a perfectly reasonable explanation.
Yeah, and you know, heck, it could even be true. Like, who knows? I don't know. But it's not science, you know? You can't use that as a scientific explanation because you're reaching outside of nature, you know?
For what happened last year. And you know what? It could be true. But it certainly wouldn't be science.
Right.
It's not scientific. And it's certainly not something we can test.
That's the thing, is that when you're reaching for a supernatural explanation or some sort of mystical thing or whatever, you could even be correct, but that's not science because you can't go and test that thing, you know? Like in science, you got to put your money where your mouth is. You know, you have to be able to back up what you're saying with actual evidence. That's how science is different from other ways of knowing sometimes, you know? You have to be able to demonstrate what you're saying. You have to be able to test it. And it has to be the sort of thing where, theoretically, you could disprove it with evidence. If you come up with an idea that seems completely bulletproof and like no one could ever disprove this thing just based on how you formulated it, then it's not science. An idea is really strong in science if it's brittle and delicate. In science, you make a claim, and then there has to be some feasible way to demonstrate that it's false. So you could say, well, I think all swans are white, you know? That would be a testable hypothesis. So in science, there's a certain strength to it there. Doesn't mean it's true, but there's a strength to it. So, you know, I think all swans are white. That's a testable idea. All it would take is somebody finding a black swan, and then that idea is neatly falsified. But that makes it a falsifiable idea. You know? There we go. Falsified. There's a black swan right there. That makes it a testable hypothesis. Does that make sense? Anyhow, yeah. And cool, Clever. Neat. I don't see black swans where I live. Yeah. Anyhow. Yeah. And there you go, Ken, yeah. Those are AI generated, says Big Hero. I bet you I could find a picture of a black swan from, like, the 1950s. But that is a testable hypothesis. You could say, well, you know, a computer farted these out. All you gotta do is find a picture from before we had image-generating computers. And that would be neatly falsified. So anyhow, back to our chromosomes and the great apes.
So that our prediction, And that is that somewhere in the human genome, we ought to be able to find a piece of Scotch tape holding two chromosomes together, so that our 24 pairs, 2 of them were pasted together to form just 23. And if we can't find that, then the hypothesis of common ancestry is wrong and evolution is mistaken. Next slide.
To solve this riddle for the court, Miller would show how scientists discovered traces of our evolutionary past buried in the very structure of a chromosome carried by all humans. Typically, on the ends of every chromosome, you should find special genetic markers, or sequences of DNA, called telomeres. And in their middles, you should find different genetic markers called centromeres. But if a mutation occurred in the past, causing 2 pairs of chromosomes to fuse, we should find evidence in those genetic markers, telomeres not only at the ends of the new chromosome, but also at their middles, and not 1, but 2 centromeres. Finding a structure like this in our chromosomes would explain why humans have 1 pair fewer than the great apes.
Yep. And if we don't find that, then evolution is in trouble. Next slide. Lo and behold, the answer is in chromosome number 2. All of the marks of the fusion of those chromosomes predicted by common descent and evolution, all those marks are present on human chromosome number 2. So the case is closed in a most beautiful way. And that is, the prediction of evolution of common ancestry is fulfilled by that lead pipe evidence that you see here, in terms of tying everything together. That our chromosome, formed by the fusion from our common ancestor, is chromosome number 2. Evolution has made a testable prediction, and it has passed.
So
that's what science is all about.
Modern genetics and molecular biology actually support evolutionary theory?
They support it in great detail. And the closer we can get to looking at the details of the human genome, the more powerful that evidence has become.
Excellent documentary, by the way. I'll share it with you again. There we go. Yeah. Anyhow. To find it on film, says Mayor Space. I mean, you could look in a book that was published in the 70s or whatever. Yeah. Lots of different ways you could do that. But anyhow. Yeah. Oh, shoot, speaking of the whole AI thing, too, I should share this with you. If any of you stream on Twitch, you, this might even apply to people who don't stream, but I just found out about this morning. Twitch now uses your channel to train generative AI by default, so they have, like, opted people into this without telling them. I didn't find out about this through an email or through anything like that. I found out about it through Blue Sky here. Training for generative AI. So, if you don't necessarily want Amazon profiting off of your streams in a way that they didn't ask permission for, if you don't want to be feeding the AI slot machine, then here, you can open this up in your settings and you can turn it off. I've already done this, did it as soon as I found out about it. But yeah. If you happen to stream on Twitch, I would suggest you toggle that setting off, you know? I'm not a fan of the whole AI scam thing. It is, I don't know, I just find it really gross. I don't find it personally useful at all. It just gives me misinformation. It leads to people doing something that we call cognitive offloading. So basically, you're not thinking for yourself anymore. You're just trusting the results that the computer farts out. And that actively makes people dumber. I don't find it useful as a research tool because it very frequently gets things wrong. Hallucinations are one of these things that are just inherent to large language models. There's literally no way around it that anybody's been able to find. It's just, that is a problem that is baked in. AI is annoying, it's extremely expensive, and the sense that like none of these major companies are profitable, and it's going to end up probably maybe causing a recession when the AI bubble finally bursts. There's just no upsides to it. It uses a tremendous amount of energy, tremendous amount of water. There's a ton of pollution that comes out of this, and noise. It just, there's a reason why there's this huge grassroots movement in the United States to protest these things, not let data centers be built in our backyards. And that's why they have to resort to really scummy tactics to sneak these things through planning commissions in the dead of night without anybody knowing about it. Overall, it's just, stuff is not the future. It's a scam. So I was kind of horrified that Twitch would make this decision to just opt everybody in without their permission. But at least you can toggle it off. Hopefully, toggling it off actually works. Because I don't want to be any part of this. And I would seriously think about switching to a different platform. I mean this very seriously. I would think about switching to a different platform if they didn't give us a chance to opt out. I would be furious about this. I mean it. Anyway. Toggle that button. Turn it off on your channel. Anywho. Yeah, Harry Vitch says investors are all in, unfortunately. I mean, half of these data centers are not going to get built in the first place because the bubble is going to pop before they ever really break ground on most of these things. Anyway. Yeah. Airspace, no. Anywho. Yeah. And there you go, M. Churro, yeah. Yeah. I'm going to do my very best today to make sure that the broadcast is not super bleak. It's not all doom and gloom. We are going to be talking about some stuff that is less than savory, let's say. But, here, just to kind of set the stage for what a dire state American science is in right now. I think partially because of some of this AI garbage. Some of you probably saw something about this already. Let's take a look anyway. The scientific researchers in the U.S. are resorting to unconventional means to fund their work. Take a look.
The record low snowpack last winter is affecting the state in ways researchers are still figuring out.
Our Ann Herbst.
And what state is this, by the way? Colorado.
Traveled to Gothic, Colorado, where a group of scientists that study marmots found fewer animals than they worked with last year and less funding to keep their work going. So they're dealing with the problem in their own unique way.
In the fairy tale setting of Gothic, Colorado, the beauty is obvious.
Oh, cute.
And the beast
Always looking.
can't be seen through binoculars.
Always being frustrated by the fact they're not in the trap, but next to the trap.
Dan Blumstein watched the actual villain out here
So you're not going to let her bite me?
wreak havoc on the marmots he and his students Katie and Emily study at the Rocky Mountain Biological Lab.
We had about 160 animals we were following around the end of last year, and that dropped to about 60.
Mainly we think it's because the snowpack was so low.
If there's no snowpack, they're all gonna freeze.
This is such a Rocky Mountain West thing. They really picked their setting well. I'm sure the producers on the show were like, yeah, go over and sit over there on the fence. This is what's called a buck rail fence. This is common in places like Colorado, Wyoming, Montana. It's almost kind of a symbol of this part of the world. It's just something you encounter all over the place. A buck rail fence. And then marmots are a kind of rodent. Let's find them on our Tree of Life real quick.
humans to marmots. So groundhogs are a kind of marmot. Marmots, 14 species. Wow. Yeah. Woodchucks, also a kind of marmot. Yellow-bellied marmot. I think that's the creature that we're talking about here. They are funny critters. They really are. Gary Keller says, that beaver or whatever was neat. Yeah, this is Marmota flaviventris, the yellow-bellied marmot. Which I've always thought, it's such a funny common name. You know, it really sounds like something, like an old-timey prospector would shout at you, you know? Like, you get out of here, go away from my claim, you yellow-bellied marmot. You know? Every time I hear that common name, I'm like, oh yeah, it's this guy. He's yelling this. Yeah. The yellow-bellied marmot.
We had about 160 animals we were following around the end of last year, and that dropped to about 60.
Mainly we think it's because the snowpack was so low.
If there's no snowpack, they're all gonna freeze.
Dan's a scientist here.
This is the A-team.
And his research team calls themselves the Marmoteers.
The ecological and behavioral insights we're discovering from the marmots are helping us understand the world around us.
And again, this is really, really important work. I'm going to return to this theme again and again throughout this video. Like, the American taxpayer is getting so much bang for their buck out of this because every dollar that goes into this research goes directly into the U.S. economy. It's just recycled again, but also they're producing research, they're helping protect these animals, they're helping learn about the world around us, they're helping inspire the general public to be interested in nature. Like, there's kind of no better investment than this sort of thing, you know?
Like everyone else, they saw winter snowpack hit a record low.
Welcome, Jen
leaving
B.
hibernating marmots
Howdy.
without a warm
Good to have you
blanket.
There you go.
It's the second largest die-off the 65-year-old marmot study has seen.
It's the second time this year my feet have gotten wet, which normally I complain about, but this year it's been so dry, it's sort of a happy time for celebration. Wet feet.
Hot summers don't help survivors.
It's kind of hard for plant life. It's hard for the animals. You know, marmots get pretty much all of their water from plants.
Once upon a time, climate change was the only problem. Now, Dan has another obstacle.
Nationally funded research, federally funded research, again, since World War II, has led to an incredible increase in knowledge globally. And that's what's under threat right now.
Yep.
New government grant applications for research at the outdoor lab are being rejected.
A lot of data, big database.
Nationally, funding for science like this is down 25%.
And that might not sound like a lot. Oh, it's only down a quarter. This means 25% fewer graduate students. It means 25% less science being done. Like, this is devastating, you know? You're basically wiping out half of, you know, a quarter of scientists' careers in the United States by doing this, you know? Just devastating. And it's also hurting the economy as well, because science is this huge engine for making sure that people get paid, you know? All of the money that goes to this field crew here, they're using that money to purchase supplies, to purchase fuel, to maybe, if they're lucky, stay in a local hotel or something like that. Although, to be honest, they're probably camping in tents and stuff. But like, all of that money that they're getting for field work, that goes directly into these often underfunded rural communities, you know? If this project has been going on in this part of Colorado for 65 years, then that means that they've got a ton of ties to the local community. They've got long-standing relationships with people in these tiny little alpine towns. And if they don't have the money to be able to do field work, then those people in those towns aren't going to be getting that money either that they would spend in a hotel, at a grocery store,
purchasing supplies, fueling up, all of that, you know?
Enough to make a researcher need a drink.
So we started a Marmot Tears beer this year. We launched it with the Irwin Brewing Company, a local.
And Lysana says defunding science means defunding jobs for average people. It's true. Yeah, 100%. Yeah. And it's interesting that, like, what makes the news is not, oh, science funding is being decreased, scientists are out of work, you know, economies in these small towns are faltering as a result. That's not what makes the news. The reason why this is on the news right now is because some of these researchers have found creative ways to get new funding. It's like that thing where on the news, you know, a story about, oh, here's a 7-year-old girl with leukemia and her insurance dropped her. Now she doesn't have health insurance and she's going to die. That's not what makes the news. When a 7-year-old girl has leukemia and her insurance drops her, and then she starts a lemonade stand and pulls in thousands of dollars for her own treatment, tens or hundreds of thousands for her own treatment. That's what makes the news, because it's a feel-good story, you know? That's pulling yourself up by your own bootstraps. That's far more rare, you know, when somebody's able to actually pull that off. But again, the story is, oh, human ingenuity, and this is uplifting rather than like, oh, shoot, our society is broken, and this little girl is going to die of cancer so that some insurance executive can afford a 7th vacation home, you know? Anyhow, keep that in mind as we're watching this.
Need a drink.
So we started a Marmot Tears beer this year. We launched it with the Irwin Brewing Company, a local brewery in Crested Butte.
The Marmot Tears, brewed Marmot Tears.
Beer is spelled Marmot Tears like crying, T-E-A-R-S.
The marmots are sad. The climate is changing.
Yep. Katie and Emily also took to storytelling.
We run a science communication Instagram
to raise awareness of work being done in the valley.
We're getting people ready for the competition.
Dan's team is holding a fat marmot contest.
We have our big boy Don, the cover boy of Fat Marmot Week. Big, fluffy, golden boy.
Yeah.
But he gets these nice sun-kissed.
And if dinosaurs had not died, I imagine that mammals would still be small creatures like this,
marmots.
living in the nooks and crannies of their world, and we wouldn't be here.
Welcome, Zach Gamer Edition. Thank you for the follow. What's funny is that the yellow-bellied marmot, I hate this new Google Images thing. Everything gets worse. These are about maximum size for mammals during the age of dinosaurs. It wasn't until after the asteroid hit that mammals started to get bigger than this, really. This is almost maximum size for a Mesozoic mammal. Anywho, yeah. Gene Wen, this is exactly what I was referencing. Gene Wen says, as that one tweet that got famous once coined it, the orphan crushing machine. Every heartwarming human interest story in America is like, he raised $20,000 to keep 200 orphans from being crushed in the orphan crushing machine, and then never asks why an orphan crushing machine exists or why you'd need to pay to prevent it from being used. Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. Cidersaurus. I like that, Crimson. Anyway.
We have our big boy Don, the cover boy of Fat Marmot Week. Big, fluffy, golden boy.
Yeah.
But he gets these nice sun-kissed locks.
Yeah, Fat Marmot Week makes me smile.
Maybe they're doing it for the air horn, but also maybe they actually are learning something, and I think that's the goal.
Besides promoting beer and body positivity, there's an unexpected third act.
It's onlyfans.com/onlymarms. So they're pups, but there's also mothers carrying dried plants into the burrows. We should not have to make an OnlyFans account for our marmots in order to get funding. But that's, I think, where we're at.
Can you check?
I should make that an alert, you know?
Should not have to make an OnlyFans account for our marmots in order to get funding. But that's, I think, where we're at.
Can you check the ear tags, please?
Researchers in a 65-year-old study are used to seeing and rolling with change.
It's the second longest study of individually marked mammals in the world. Jane Goodall, who many people might know, started studying chimpanzees in Gambia and Tanzania in 1960. Ken Armitage started this study in 1962.
14.79 AG.
I feel an incredible responsibility to keep this thing going, and it's really hard to keep this thing going.
Dan's crisis breeds creativity.
And what's nuts is that, like, this is not expensive work, you know? Like, this field work, I'm guessing they probably spend less than $50,000 a year, $50,000 a summer field season doing this kind of intensive field work. It's probably, honestly, they probably spend more than you would spend on a dinosaur dig, but it's still nothing compared to, I don't know, one day of running the orphan crushing machine, so to speak. You know?
In this storybook setting. And maybe next year, there'll be a new idea brewing.
There's also marmot cheers, maybe, hopefully at some point, if we have a good year of snow next year.
The Marmoteers pledge to stand up for what they believe.
No, there we go.
Is a tale as old as time.
My little one.
In Gothic. Ann Herbst, 9 News.
Yeah. Let's see if we can find one more quick video about this. Yeah. Oh, hang on.
I now co-direct a study, yellow-bellied marmots. Funding's been always challenging. And I said, maybe we should start an OnlyFans site. And someone screams, Only Marms! One of my students sets up the damn site. So I took pictures of me holding my license because they age verify everyone. And I got denied because I don't look like a marmot. And they wrote back and said, everyone who participates in this site has to be age verified. Like, well, we have a problem. Marmots don't have licenses and they're all minors. We're doing this to sort of, come up with a way to fund research. And they said, oh, okay. So then we started posting stuff. Long-term studies are really important and they're undervalued. OnlyFans is a way for people to go and monetize stuff. We're not trying to sexualize marmots. Although I was just at a international conference and 3 people came up to me and said, oh, you have to have more pictures of marmot feet. What's going on with the marmot feed? Going to OnlyFans to get money is sort of an act of desperation, but every dollar helps.
Yep.
So this research project has been going on since 1962, so long since the internet, before the internet started. And how's this for a superlative? It is the second longest study of identifiable wild mammals ever. Jane Goodall's study of chimpanzees is the longest.
Anyway, just trying to give you a sense for how dire this funding situation is in the U.S. right now for science. Yeah. Anyhow. Why don't we do Dino Guesser real quick? Thank you, Dinosaur Dave. Before we jump into our documentary on the commercial fossil trade. Oh, and let's check on our 3D printer. Everything looks good so far. Printing more of a Diabloceratops skull. We'll get to that in a bit. Let's do Dino Guesser real quick. I'm gonna play. It's my first time. 1 specimen per category. Same for everyone. Once per day. Hints are disabled. Exact match, related clade, close match, disputed placement, where family classification is debated. So this is why it's going to be tricky, is because dinosaur classification, there's going to be a lot of question marks there. Whether your guess's clade is broader or more derived, no match, hidden column. Okay. All right. Let's see. Identify the dinosaurs. So let's pick a theropod from the Cretaceous. And let's do one from North America. Let's do, say, Acrocanthosaurus. Acrocanthosaurus. Yes.
So it is from the Cretaceous, and it is from North America. It's not a carnivore. It's not going to be a theropod. So we're going to have a Cretaceous herbivore from North America. Or maybe omnivore. Let's knock out the ornithischians. Let's see Edmontosaurus. Yes. Okay. It is a Cretaceous herbivore from North America. It is Saurolophine hadrosaur. 11 meters. 12 meters. Does this mean the down arrow means that Edmontosaurus is longer or shorter than our mystery dinosaur? But not Parasaurolophus, that's a Lambeosaurine hadrosaur, Mayerspace. So, yeah. Here. Versus Saurolophines. Saurolophine hadrosaurs are ones that typically have more flat heads. So like, is this Brachylophosaurus here? Eotrachodon, okay. Anyway, the Lambeosaurines have got crests on their heads. Big bony crests. That's Parasaurolophus, Corythosaurus, Hypacrosaurus, Chindausaurus. Those are all Lambeosaurines. Here's Lambeosaurines here. Yeah. Whereas Saurolophines tend to have more flat heads. Saurolophines. It's like Edmontosaurus, Brachylophosaurus, Maiasaura, Saurolophus. They're all Saurolophines. We used to call them hadrosaurines. Now they're called Saurolophines because Hadrosaurus might not actually be part of this group, even though it used to be named after. So anywho, yeah, and shorter, smaller than 12 meters, and starts with a different letter. So it is a Saurolophine. Maiasaura, let's try. Yes. Okay. 9. Does this mean it's the same length? 9 meters? Let's try Brachylophosaurus. Also 9 meters. But it's not Brachylophosaurus. So we just have to keep guessing 9-meter Saurolophine hadrosaurs. Try Saurolophus. The thing about having length here as like one of the criteria is that we often don't know the full length for many of these dinosaurs. We might be dealing with juvenile specimens, we might be dealing with incomplete skeletons. So if I search Saurolophus here and it'll be like, no, Saurolophus is longer than that, then... There it is, though. Yeah. No, not too shabby. Got it in 5 guesses. That's cool. Yeah. Saurolophus is a neat dinosaur. But yeah, can't make it too easy for you, says Dirt or Bust. Well, I mean, that's the thing, is it's not about being easy. It's just about having it be non-arbitrary. But anyway, yeah. And other than the size parameter, did you enjoy that? I did. I didn't not enjoy it. But... And it's well made. Like, it's just like having the letter and the length and diet too. Like, we don't necessarily know the diets for a lot of these animals. They're kind of doing the best they can with something that's inherently tricky. Like, it's not easy to do this kind of thing for dinosaurs. Yeah, it's difficult. So yeah. And Kikoshi says it's made with AI. Oh boy. Yeah. I feel like this is less
potentially less of a teachable moment thing than something like Metazoa. With Metazoa, we can talk about phylogeny, we can use that family tree, it's very visual. This kind of feels a little bit like I'm showing off. I'm like, well, I know all these dinosaurs, and so let me just quickly type these in and then get it in 5 guesses. Like, wait, was that one of Josh's illustrations just a second ago in the background? That was cool. Anywho, it just almost feels like cheating. I don't know. But yeah. And Kikoshi says you need more domain knowledge to make a good game like this. This isn't bad. It's just, this might be about as good as you can get with a dinosaur theme thing, you know? And there you go, Mark Melvin, yeah. Issues or suggestions, yeah. Anywho, it's cool. I'm glad that exists, you know? That's neat. Anywho, before we get into that documentary, the real veggie impossible meat and potatoes of the stream, the Beyond Meat and Potatoes, let's well, here, I'm gonna run to the bathroom real quick. Let me play a quick little channel trailer for you. Channel trailer? No, what do I want to find? Where was that? We'll do that Shining opening. Hopefully that doesn't copyright nuke our VOD, but let me do that real quick and I will be back. I'm gonna go get some water, run to the bathroom, check on the 3D printer, do a couple other things, and then we'll jump into that documentary. Here we go. I'm gonna skip through the countdown timer thing here, so hold tight.
Danny boy?
Dinosaurs are meant to be shared and admired and studied, not to be bought or sold or profited.
This majestic masterpiece, who is 67 million years old, is the king of the dinosaurs and is our final lot for this evening. I am happy to sell this. Where should we start? At $3 million. And sold for $27,500,000.
Extraordinary. You're going to help us learn more about Utah Raptor and support real paleontological research. Here, as part of this scientific pursuit, this is the highest ambitions that mankind has. And you know what? I think that might be the kind of high note that we'll end on for today. I appreciate each and every one of you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And I'll see you tomorrow.
for giving me an opportunity to go run to the little paleontologist room and take care of a few other things. Troodon, aka Trudoon, was one of the stars of that little video, as well as the commercial fossil trade. Ugh. But let's watch a Troodonted video real quick. We covered that new species of Troodont that was just named the other week, and there's a video that just popped up about it. It's funny, when I searched for it on YouTube by the genus name, it didn't show up, but it did pop up this morning in my suggested videos. Let's take a look at that. This new Troodontid from New Mexico. There's a new species on it. There we go. Hey, Mini Pie.
More than 200 years after the first dinosaur species were officially identified on Earth, the discovery of new species in New Mexico is still happening. News 13's Ben Schlittler introduces us to the latest find from New Mexico scientists of the Denavinator.
It's a discovery over 20 years in the making. Paleontologists at the New Mexico Museum of Natural History and Science identifying a new dinosaur from right here in New Mexico from a 2005 discovery that paleontologists didn't think much of at the time.
It was kind of misidentified as far as what group it was actually from. So even though for a while it was thought that it was a group of dinosaurs called dromaeosaurids, the dromaeosaurs are things like Velociraptor.
But after realizing it wasn't part of that group about 10 years ago, research from Canada and Mexico pushed teams to take another look.
And in doing that, we determined that there were a lot of features that we hadn't seen that made this different than any other dinosaur we had known about.
Announcing their confirmation this week, researchers are calling the new dino species the Denavinator, the name paying tribute to the Navajo people native to the San Juan Basin where the bones were found. Dr. Stephen Jasinski calls it an incredibly unique find for the museum.
Theropods and meat-eating dinosaurs like this, these within this group, are not common to find and not common to find new species of, especially kind of in this area.
Denavinator may look like a velociraptor, but it had a bigger brain and a more varied diet.
So it's going to look at, kind of fruits and plants and things like that to a point. It's also going to look at insects, but it's also probably going to be kind of going after younger dinosaurs and some of the mammals we have at this point in time.
The dino also thrived in a much different New Mexico than the one we live in today.
We're still subtropical, we're still far warmer, we still have a lot more moisture, and we have kind of the Rocky Mountains to our west, and a lot of that water is coming down off of the mountains.
An exciting addition in the museum's continually expanding collection of New Mexican fossils. Ben Schlittler, KRQE News 13.
Good stuff. Yeah. I wish we'd found that yesterday when we were going over, excuse me, the new paper. But at least we have it now. Good stuff. Here is a link. There you go. And you had art displayed there too for a limited time. Oh, that's really new, Petrodactylus. That's really, really cool. Here, let's make sure our landlord here gets paid, and we'll jump into that documentary. What do you think, Mini Pie? Time for payment? Yeah? Yeah? Oh, okay. Oh, what's this? Oh, and thank you on the diagonal for the 62 months of support. Exquisite. Really appreciate that diagonal. Thank you kindly. Good stuff. Thank you for keeping me online for the past 62 months, diagonal. That is... That's almost a whole year, isn't it? I appreciate that very much. Oh, there's crumbs. Eat those. She's like, I don't want to eat that. There's cat saliva on it.
Well, whose fault do you think that is?
Huh? Huh? Great. There's cat saliva all over my desk.
documentary. There we go. All right, now into the sordid and unsavory world of the commercial fossil trade. Wretched hive of scum and villainy. So let PBS be our guide from viewers like you.
I'll start by saying the events shown in this documentary are totally legal.
Always a good place to start. We assure you, despite how incredibly scummy all of this seems, how unsavory all the characters are, how this just seems like it, everyone here should be incarcerated, we assure you it's all on the up and up.
We're talking about a legitimate market.
A legitimate market.
We're talking about something going on in broad daylight.
Oh boy.
Today, a new market is emerging around the world. Wealthy enthusiasts are collecting dinosaur bones like others collect works of art.
The coloring, the lighting, the textures on the bones can really be very beautiful.
Fossils are the same as a painting.
No, they're not. They're not the same as a painting. A painting is something that was crafted by a human being. It's artistic expression. It's a cultural object. These are dead animals. These are the preserved remains of ancient living things. They are scientific specimens. It's not the same as a painting. To say that it's the same thing as a painting, it'd be like, oh yeah, that elephant in the zoo? Yeah, it's the same thing as a sports car, you know? You can keep them both in your garage, you know? If you want to, you can fill them both with gasoline. Like, no, it's not the same thing. It is not the same thing. Like, the fact that somebody can say this with a straight face, it's... What's wrong with your brain, you know? I don't get it.
So you can have them both in the museum, you can both have them at home.
That's the Carter County Museum in Ekalaka, Montana. Shoot, friend of the stream, Nate Carroll, is curator there. This is their, the Y-Rex specimen, Wyoming Tyrannosaurus.
Dinosaur skeleton.
We did a stream from here in 2021, I believe. Let me find that real quick. This is in the early days of paleontologizing. I was here for the Ekalaka Dino Shindig. There it is there. There it is there. Something like that. So you see we've got the forelimbs right there, kind of resting on the ground. These are, just to give you some sense of scale, not all that large. Tyrannosaurus famously has really short arms, 2 digits, and this one actually has the remnant of digit 3, which is pretty cool. I don't know if this is represented in the original. Yeah, that's the same one here.
Dinosaur skeletons are so rare.
They're not rare. That's the thing. Dinosaur skeletons are not rare. If you know where to look, they're everywhere. The problem is not a scarcity of fossils. The problem is a scarcity of funding. This is something I've been harping on for months and months now.
And it's therefore likely that we're here today because, by the luck of the draw, dinosaurs who had been dominant over mammals in ordinary times got felled in a mass extinction.
Thank you, Stadler and Waldorf, for the 11 months of support. Really appreciate that. Thanks for keeping me here on the air.
They stir up a great deal of excitement, which can lead to excessive speculation.
preposterous. You could build 6 museums and endow them in perpetuity for that much money for the price of one lousy Tyrannosaurus skeleton. Just preposterous.
I always say that far fewer dinosaurs go on sale each year around the world than beautiful Picassos.
But that's because they're not worth anything. This isn't the art market. These are chunks of fossilized bone. And usually it is just chunks when they go into these auctions. The vast majority of these skeletons are usually reconstructed. So it would be like buying a Picasso where there's maybe 1/8 of it is actual brush strokes on canvas and the rest of it is like a computer printout. You know, kind of like that, remember that scene from the Mr. Bean movie? Looking at the frame. Oh boy. Anyhow. Anywho. Anyway. Anywho, so how does this work out in the end? He puts a poster in there. How does this get resolved?
There.
Anyway, the way that it gets resolved is he buys a poster from the gift shop and then he sticks it over the canvas, I believe. and then nobody's the wiser. That's essentially what a lot of these fossil specimens are. This is not a beautiful Picasso. This is like one little bit of a Picasso. And that like very few of the actual fossil bones are generally genuine. Most of it is reconstructed. This is... Trying to sell this as a beautiful Picasso. You know what I mean? I know that's not Picasso. This is Whistler's mother, which is... Which artist was that? Anyway, extended analogy here.
A specimen named Big...
Oh, shoot! I didn't realize. Man, this is about the Big John specimen? This is worse than I thought. Oh, man. So this is a kind of smallish Triceratops, which was advertised when they were auctioning it off. Oh, it's the world's largest Triceratops specimen. Incorrect. Mentiras. That's not true. Oh, boy. This is going to be funny. Oh, man. Yeah. Petrodactylus says, even if these auctions were not harmful to science, they're still scams in the end? I mean, they are. Yeah, absolutely.
John has once again created a buzz in the art world.
Art world. It's not art. It's a dead animal.
That was a very impressive skeleton. It was certainly...
It's not a very impressive skeleton. I've worked on Triceratops skeletons that are far more impressive than this. Triceratops is the most common dinosaur in the Hell Creek Formation. There are literally hundreds, if not thousands, of specimens in museums around the world. They're not rare. They're not difficult to find. They're everywhere. Like, if you were to give me $100,000, I could find you 20 specimens better than Big John within a year, you know? It's not difficult to find these things. It's really not. There's a reason why Triceratops is so well said. Exactly, Petrodactylus, yeah.
Certainly a large skeleton, and I knew immediately we had a really cool skeleton.
Ugh. And look how badly they reconstructed it, too. It's basura, just garbage.
This is the largest known Triceratops.
It is not the largest known Triceratops in the world today. That is incorrect. They reconstructed it incorrectly. Here, and I can show you. This is not just me saying this. Here, give me a second.
What's going in this auction are actually...
Find this here. I was talking with Denver Fowler, right before I left for the field for Utah. This was like about a month ago. I was talking with Denver about this whole fossil auction thing with Gus, the T-Rex, and all of that.
I mean, I think the things going in this auction are actually scientifically important, some of them at least. I think that's not always the case. I think sometimes you get real junk that's sold for many millions of dollars.
He might even be talking about the Big John case in particular right here, because it's kind of egregious.
Which is one of the reasons why these things go to auction, is that in auctions, it's the buyer who sets the price, not the seller. I don't think any seller would ever get away with charging $8.5 million for Big John.
Oh boy, he's talking about this exact case right here.
I always pull up Big John because it's quite possibly one of the worst fossils ever sold at auction that raised more than $1 million.
Let's hear that again. That's literally this specimen right here.
And created. A specimen named Big John has once again created a buzz in the art world.
That was a very impressive skeleton.
It's a truly it's the buyer who sets the price, not the seller. I don't think any seller would ever get away with charging $8.5 million for Big John. I always pull up Big John because it's quite possibly one of the worst fossils ever sold at auction that raised more than $1 million. It's a truly
the Triceratops, right?
Yeah, it's allegedly the biggest Triceratops, but that's because they reconstructed it incorrectly. and basically exaggerated the size of the skull. If you look at the size of certain parts of the skull, you can see it's nowhere near as big as it's purported to
it's
be.
just garbage.
But
It's hot garbage.
they found a few scientists who stick their name on a paper and say it was really big and things, which really shouldn't have happened because the specimen is still private. But as long as we see that kind of thing happen, but
anywho, here's a link to that VOD right here. One of the worst dinosaurs to ever sell for more than $1 million.
A specimen named Big John has once again created a buzz in the art world.
Embarrassing.
That was a very impressive skeleton. It was certainly a large skeleton, and I knew immediately we had a really cool skeleton.
This is the largest known Triceratops in the world today.
It's not. It's not. Like, seriously, who wrote the script for this? Just... Loser. You should be embarrassed, you know?
But will it sell for a large price?
Unfortunately, yes. That's how these things always go. They trick some wealthy rube into paying millions of dollars for hot garbage like this.
$1.5 million will drive me to despair. At $2 million, I won't be happy.
And Mayor Space says some of the skeletons are art because they're mostly sculpts, but the artist goes uncredited. Yeah, there you go, Mayor Space. Yeah, that's the ironic thing. Is like saying that they're, oh, this is an art object. Well, I guess it kind of is because most of it's fake, badly reconstructed. Yeah. What do you want, huh? What are you looking for here? Where have you been the whole stream? Now you show up. We're trying to get into this documentary. Now you're gonna push the camera around. Thanks. 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 Yeah. What? You looked at me so expectantly. So expectantly. Yeah. Oh. Oh. Yeah. Alright. You want some treats? Is that what you're after? Is that what you're after? Yeah. Okay. I think we can make that happen. I think we can make that happen. What's up here? Oh, what's that? Oh. Yeah, okay. Oh, look at all those. There's so many. What a feast. Oh my goodness. There we go. C-152. I cleaned that up with sanitizing spray. Yeah. Your surface is nice and clean here. So clean you can eat off it. Huh, sweetie pie. Yeah. Anywho, let's continue this.
At $1.5 million will drive me to despair.
$1.5 million would drive me to despair too, but in the opposite direction from what he means.
At $2 million, I won't be happy.
I'm not happy about that either. Furious, actually.
At $3 million, I'll be disappointed.
I'm more disappointed than you are, I promise.
From
this is something that, you know, if you're actually going to sell this thing for what it's worth, you know, there is no value without labor. That's basic economics, you know? Without human input on something, it is worthless. Getting these fossils out of the ground, when you have an excavation team, when you have a crew digging this thing up, they're putting labor into it. It requires tools, it requires knowledge, experience, time, it requires supplies, all of that. And generally, when you're dealing with a fossil excavation like this, when you've got even a large Triceratops, which this one isn't particularly large, maybe being extremely generous, maybe it's going to cost in the tens of thousands of dollars, maybe 10 or 20,000, something like that. Maybe being extremely generous. Not 7 million, you know? That's bonkers. Like, here. 7 million divided by, you know what, let's say 50,000 when you include prep time, transport, lab space, all this stuff. That's still 140 times what the thing actually took to dig up, to transport, to prep, to consolidate, everything else. Like, you are getting absolutely scrumped there if you pay $7 million or something like this. You're the world's biggest rube, you know? I've got a bridge to sell you, you know? This bridge, I'll give you a really good deal on it, you know? $50 million, and I'll give you a piece of paper that says you own the Golden Gate Bridge. You know, the most photographed bridge in the world. World famous. For the low, low price of $50 million, this bridge could be yours. That's what I want to say when, like, people are spending literally millions of dollars for a dinosaur skeleton. Absolutely bonkers. These people they don't know anything. Just,
Archaeological digs to ornately decorated homes. From restaurants.
And, like, these people also, like, that's so ugly. Like, this is so poorly furnished. Like, I think my office looks way cooler than this, and I literally change this out every day. There's more thoughtfulness, more taste, more aesthetic consideration that goes into my daily stream backgrounds than into this. Like, it looks like a child put this together. Ridiculous. Like, these people should be ashamed. They should be embarrassed. They should hide their faces in public. You're spending millions of dollars on dinosaur fossils, and this is how you decorate your home? You're a rube. You know?
From restoration workshops to auction halls. Look behind the scenes at a new kind of business. Jurassic Fortunes.
I'm afraid that this is going to just further inflate this bubble and drive up the prices of these things, which is already, it's reached a level of insanity. It's crazy making.
My name is Jacopo Briano. I'm an art dealer, but above all, I'm also a professional paleontologist.
I'm sorry, what? I've never read a paper by this guy. He says he's a professional paleontologist? Where does he work? What does he publish on? What does he do? I'm sorry, what was his name?
Jacopo Briano.
Jacopo Briano. Literally nothing in Google Scholar. This guy is not a professional paleontologist. Why is he saying this? Literally nothing. Literally nothing. I'm not inclined to trust a single thing that this guy says.
I'm an art dealer, but above all, I'm also a professional paleontologist.
Above all, he's a professional paleontologist. Above all.
And natural history expert. I work with auction houses, especially French ones. I'm the person who estimates the value of fossil and mineralogical remains.
Oh. Oh, he's an appraiser. If anybody in the audience knows anything about art appraisal or even real estate appraisal, I'm going to hold my tongue here.
And who also has a deep understanding of the market and who knows where to find the best pieces.
These things are not worth anything. Like, their value is in their... in scientific data, but they're not worth anything. I mean, just because you sell something to somebody for a ton of money doesn't mean it's actually worth anything. You know, like this idea that, oh, well, the free market is the ultimate judge of value. Like, that's an incredibly foolish idea, you know? It's like a kindergartner would argue that sort of thing.
Not a bear in sight. The Bear Patrol must be working like a charm.
That's specious reasoning, Dad.
Thank you, honey.
By your logic, I could claim that this rock keeps tigers away.
Oh, how does it work?
It doesn't work.
Uh-huh.
It's just a stupid rock.
Uh-huh.
But I don't see any tigers around here, do you?
Lisa, I want to buy your rock.
The very idea of scams and hoodwinks and just people forking over money for no good reason really gives the lie to the idea that, like, free market always sets the value of everything and it's the perfect arbiter of this sort of... Like, no, it doesn't. That's plainly obvious. You just have to think about it for a moment, and then you realize that. So anyway, like, what a sweet gig for this guy, where he gets to claim that he's a professional paleontologist, and he gets to make ungodly amounts of money as a middleman for these sales, and then he gets to be, like, the star of a documentary like this. I'm not going to say I'm jealous, because I'm definitely not. I really enjoy doing what I do. I'm living my dream. I didn't know who this guy was until today. Forced to watch this. I guess I'm not forced to. I'm doing this of my own volition. But this being presented to me, it's like, oh boy. There's a sadness in his eyes. I think that says a lot. Exactly, Mothproof, yeah.
Trovare I migliori pezzi.
An incomplete ebonite. This is really funny.
A moment from prehistoric time.
Nifty and Nasty, thanks for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here.
It was obvious.
See, Ken says, do you have a link to the Tiger Rocks? Yeah, hang on. There you go.
To me, that dinosaurs were the most incredible chapter of natural history. A dinosaur creates a visceral reaction. Why visceral?
That's not a dinosaur there. This is a mosasaur. You can tell based on how it is. Oh boy. Why do dinosaurs evoke a visceral reaction? It's because of fossil science. Because scientists go out and excavate these things. Study
Dinosaurs hold a special magnetism for children.
The reason why dinosaurs hold a special magnetism for children They're not just drawn to them like
Rocks
magnets.
aren't stupid, says the geologist,
Yeah.
but Simpsons FTW for explainers.
Thank you, Ali
Long
J.
time no see, Danny and crew paleo. Hey, hope you're all well.
I am doing well, Ali J. Thank you, thank you. Good to see you again, by the way. Thank you for the 18 months of support. Really appreciate that. You're the reason why this can continue. Your generous support and those of the generous support of the rest of this community. Thank you, Ali J. I'm doing really well. Got back from 3 glorious weeks in the field, and I'm enjoying civilization again until I go back out into the field at the end of September. Anyway, why do dinosaurs provoke this visceral reaction from people? Well, it's because they have been actively studied by scientists. Nobody in the general public would know what a dinosaur is were it not for concerted scientific efforts. In many ways, dinosaurs are kind of... They're a poster child for intensive science. You go out, you do field work, you collect these fossils, you bring them back to the lab, you clean them, you study them, you piece them back together, you compare them to close relatives, you build phylogenies, you test hypotheses about them, you do paleobiological studies. We're trying to resurrect these animals through science. It's not an easy thing to do. It's really complex work with often very little information. It takes a tremendous amount of curiosity and cleverness and just boots on the ground work in the field, lots of work in the laboratory, lots of work in the library, becoming familiar with the literature, that everything that's been published on a particular group before you go and publish on it yourself. It's not easy to do, and not everybody can do this kind of thing. Certainly not. That's why dinosaurs are interesting to people, is because we have done the legwork as scientists, and then other people come in and try and profit off of this. They become obscenely wealthy. And we as scientists are left to scrounge for scraps, hat in hand, going out to the public being like, please, please, sir, can I have just a little bit of funding, just a taste, so that we can go out and dig up more dinosaurs? Collect these fossils, we can gather data, we can do good science. I don't know, it's hard not to see the commercial market for this sort of thing as being inherently parasitic. You know what I mean? Profiting off of the work, the very poorly remunerated work of scientists, you know? Anyhow. LAJ says, I just finished a 3-year-long project and helped publish a bunch of cool things about quartz. That is really exciting. LAJ, congrats! 3 years of work is quite a bit. Congrats on getting that done. Anyhow. Claire Burr says they wouldn't have a market if the scientists who came before hadn't worked on these things for next to no money. Exactly, Claire. Exactly. Yeah. It's just like a big, fat, plump tapeworm in the belly of an emaciated science. I think it's an appropriately gross analogy. Anyhow.
Because regardless of who it is, when people see the remains of these incredible creatures, these monsters from the past, they feel something.
Yeah, the reason they feel something is because we have done the work. We've discovered these things in the first place. We've brought them back to life. That's the reason why you have dinosaur movies and video games and toys and dinosaur popular media in general, is because we did the work. And other people are stepping in and gobbling up all the money.
Some get goosebumps, some want to run away, some get scared. And all because of the remains of these incredible animals that dominated our planet for 150 million years. They had no predators.
I'm sorry, what? They had no... Dinosaurs in general had no predators? While you show off a skull of a... Is this an archaeocete or a mosasaur? I think it's the mosasaur again. Those are mosasaur teeth. It's weird. This is, kind of badly reconstructed here. So like this is mostly going to be plaster or Bondo or stuff like that. So like the morphology is all obscured. This is also looks like garbage. But yeah, they had no predators. What the world are you talking about? I was going to raise my blood pressure.
They were the undisputed masters of this world. And then they disappeared. Aesthetically speaking, these objects are incredibly beautiful.
They're beautiful because they are the remains of living things, and there's an inherent kind of beauty in that, but this is not reconstructed beautifully. Like, look at this. This is dog water. Like, these neural spines on the tail are all wonky. They're, like, practically crisscrossing in places. Like, this is garbage. If you were to have this in a museum, like, people would laugh at you. This is not museum quality. This is trash.
There are, of course, many types of dinosaur buyers, from museums to private collectors, and one of them I'm particularly in contact with is Ralph. Ralph is one of the most incredible collectors I've ever met.
Oh boy. This guy's really glazing Ralph, whoever that is. Let's see if we can find him. I think this is him. Let's see.
Oh, boy, sleep! That's where I'm a Viking. Hi, Mrs. Simpson. Even my boogers are spicy. The doctor said I didn't have worms anymore. That was the happiest day of my life.
Thank you, Ralph.
Yeah, okay. Interesting.
Okay, welcome to my house. Please come in.
Oh, boy. You know what this reminds me of? Oh, man, shoot. I just realized what this reminds me of. It's just an aesthetic nightmare. There's these shops in on Grant Street in San Francisco. Sculpture store. What is it called? I don't actually know the names of these stores, but they're right by the Chinatown Arch on Grant Street. And it just has like incredibly gaudy art. It'll be like giant sculptures of Transformers and Mickey Mice and but just like the tackiest stuff you've ever seen. Here's one of them. Yeah. Yeah. Where you just walk by and you're like, oh. It kind of hurts your eyes, you know? Like, what in the world? There's also a hotel like this in Ely, Nevada. Is it the Prospector Inn? No, it's a different one. What is that called? But you walk in and it looks like this. Yeah, Prospector Hotel and Gambling Hall. I think that's it. Photos. Anyway, yeah, it just... This is incredibly tacky and overdone. That's exactly what this reminds me of, you know? Yeah. Anywho, like a Las Vegas casino for you, but like on a big discount, where it's like, here's somebody who wants to feel like they live in a Las Vegas casino, but they don't quite know how to pull it off. It's just, you know, more gold, more knickknacks, more this and that. Like, ugh. Just, it's like performative wealth without any discernment or taste. Not that wealth buys those things. Clearly, it does not. Mothproof KT says, as we say in the UK, what a load of tat. Exactly. Yeah. Yeah.
As much as possible, I've always tried to contact collectors who are clearly eclectic.
You know, I try and prey on the naive. On the, shall we say, dim.
Collectors who are open to new things.
Yeah, there you go.
Collectors who wanted to explore a new world.
My name is Ralph Wunsch. I started a business 10 years.
That's the name? Oh, boy. Oh. Yes, my business is called, it's called Business Corp. It's a subsidiary of Money Enterprises, Enterprises Banking. Money Enterprises Banking.
Years ago called Metro Deal. It's about online selling coupons.
Money is wasted on the wealthy. It's astonishing, you know?
And I live here in this house with my son Michael.
Business Corp, part of the company syndicate. Exactly, Claire Burr. Yeah. Yeah. I prefer their competitor, Goods Services. There you go, Galrox. Yeah. Oh, man. Yeah. There you go, Mayorspace. Yeah.
This is...
And Peanut Butter Princess? Maybe, you know. Maybe his son is adopted. Maybe he's never been married. Who knows? But yeah. Importer, exporter, emerging markets. Yeah. Oh, I thought this was having an explanation. There's a classic Seinfeld plotline, running joke, where George Costanza pretends to have a business called Vandelay Industries. Importing, exporting, emerging markets. Vandelay Industries.
I think one of my favorite pieces in my collection.
Oh, shoot. Is he the guy who got scammed and bought the 3D printed Allosaurus? Is this him? Oh, boy. Because somebody paid literally millions of dollars for this same exact 3D printed Allosaurus skull that I have here in my office. Yeah, thank you, Claire. It was, here's the clip right here. Yeah. Look at the suture between the premaxillae and the max right here. Look at... There's that little indent there. At this right here. You see it there? Yeah. That's totally it. I printed this for like less than $100 probably. Totally it. Wow. Somebody paid how much for this thing? There's the skull right there, 3D printed. $15 million. $15 million. What? For literally a 3D printed Allosaurus skull. There's a handful of actual real bones in here, but the vast majority of this is 3D printed, cast, sculpted. And this looks a lot like...
This is, I think, one
that
of
right
my
there. There were two of them, right? No, this might be a different one.
favorite pieces in my collection, the dinosaurs. They're 155 million years old. They're from the Cretaceous period.
What? This dude dropped an ungodly amount of money on this. And he can't even get the most basic facts right about this. This guy stinks! 155 million years ago is the Jurassic. It's not the Cretaceous, brother. It's not the Cretaceous. I mean... words fail me. You know? It just keeps getting worse. This is incredibly embarrassing. What a rube. Like, I'm sorry to say it, but, like, I would be dishonest. Maybe I just need to zip my lips, because, like, you know. Some people like to say, if you can't say anything nice, don't say anything at all.
155 million years old. They're from the Cretaceous period, and one is the Diplodocus, the tall one, which is a herbivore, and one is a
Oh, they're mounted like it's such garbage. Just what trash?
Allosaurus, which is a carnivore, and they've been excavated in Wyoming in 2016. It's always very curious about dinosaur fossils.
You're clearly not curious enough if you don't know what period they're from. Criminy, you know?
Because when I was a little child, there
you still kind of are.
have been like different fossils always displayed in the museums, and I've been always kind of intrigued that, you know, fossils are same as paintings.
No, they're not. A fossil and a painting are two different things. You know? Hot air balloons and whales, they are the same thing. Same with rollerblades and McDonald's. It's all the same. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Like, I don't understand it. Like, you should be under the protection of the state. This is not... I feel terrible for this guy. This is cruel, putting him on camera like this. What is PBS doing?
So you can have them both in the museum, you can both have them at home. How it went in my case was I was browsing through the internet and I saw a news article that said dinosaur auction in Europe.
Oh boy. These people are being preyed on. This guy got scammed, you know? The proportions are all wrong on this, by the way. I'm guessing there's a handful of real bones here. Looks like maybe part of the scapula is real. That femur looks like it's sculpted. Probably part of the ilium. A couple of the ribs look like they might be real. Let me go a little bit closer. Maybe some of the cervical verts. The skull, I think, is probably entirely a reproduction. You might have that tibia looks like it might be real, and maybe that femur, but I wouldn't be shocked, I wouldn't be surprised at all if all the rest of this is sculpted or 3D printed, you know?
So I went online and registered for that auction, and then eventually, after the auction, I was able to have the winning bid, luckily.
He had the winning bid after the auction. I mean, I understand that his first language is probably not English, but he's not displaying a great deal of savvy here. This is, like, I feel bad even, like, dunking on this guy. I feel bad. And Petrodactylus says, plus, are these bones even from the same individual animal? Who knows, you know? These are the questions that you have to ask in these, you know, in the commercial fossil trade. Thank you, Neverwinter. I appreciate your permission on that.
Alexandre Gicolo, auctioneer.
I think it would also be, well, here, maybe this is a little bit too, I mean, but you know what, it should be said. It'd be interesting to do a deep dive on the commercial fossil trade and all these names, these antiquities dealers and stuff, and then see what kind of ties they might have to a certain, I don't know if I want to use that name. A certain Jeffrey E? No, that's too obvious. A certain, J. Epstein? It'd be interesting to see how many of these names show up there in those files. I happen to know for a fact that there is a certain degree of overlap there between the world of auctions, antiquities, sales, you know, the art world, you know, the commercial art market, all of this stuff. It's, yeah.
Auctioneer. It's impossible to come up with a composite sketch of a dinosaur buyer.
They also seem to think that it's impossible to come up with a sketch of how much the skeleton is really represented in real fossil bone in these auction skeletons, too. You ask for it, they're like, oh, well, we couldn't possibly do that. Because then they would have to admit that the vast majority of it is reconstructed. You know?
But the vast majority of these enthusiasts are a completely new kind of buyer. They're total novices unfamiliar with public auctions.
Which is why they're wasting, one might say, tens of millions of dollars on these things. Like, they're looking for rubes. They're looking for marks, you know? Easily are the fool and his money parted, is what he's saying, you know? Oh, and look at this trash. Just absolute garbage, you know? Look at this. So, like, that frill does not match the rest of the skull. Most of this is sculpted. You can see the lacrimal there, the nasal horn. Like, all of this is just fake. It's been sculpted. Just garbage. And it sold for 151,000 euros. In 2017, you couldn't pay me to take this. That is a lump of trash. Like, presumably there is some real fossil bone in there somewhere, but it's just garbage, you know? Yeah. Harry Vetch says, who's making this stuff? Do they go into that? I mean, they probably will later. I think they want to lead with the, you know, oh, big money part of it first. But goodness gracious.
It's important to keep in mind that for essentially all of these buyers, the purchase was not planned.
Oh, you gotta get them when they're least expecting, you know? Exit through the gift shop.
However, some of them told us that consciously or unconsciously, they'd always dreamed of buying a dinosaur.
That's so stupid, you know? It's like going whale watching and being like, oh, wow, look at these majestic creatures, you know, breaching through the waves, crashing down. What a privilege to be able to see these. I want one of these at home for the swimming pool, you know? I think I'd be sick, you know? Have a whale at home. Like, are you 4 years old?
And now they had the opportunity to do it.
Hey, blah, blah, 16, welcome, welcome. I find that's kind of annoying, too, where there's these, like, lavish drone shots of European countrysides and mountain estates and stuff. Like, I hate that PBS is, like, playing into this. They're like, oh, yes, this is the very sophisticated world of high finance and dinosaur auctions. It's like, no, these people are rubes. And they should be laughed at. Paleontologists laugh at these people. Like, it's just gross, you know? Louis0919, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. They could be adding CG dinosaurs. They might later, Galrox. We'll see.
I'm Kléber Rossillon, owner of the Château de Marquessac.
If I were a less kind person, I'd be, you know, going on right now about how the French Revolution didn't go nearly far enough.
And heritage enthusiast.
You know?
I didn't buy Cannes for myself. It was for the public and visitors to Marquessac.
I'm sorry, what? If you purchased this thing for the public, it would be in a museum. It seems to be in a private residence here.
A fossil like Cannes is extremely precious, and we couldn't run the risk of accidentally damaging it.
Then leave it in Wyoming, where it was found, in a local museum. You know? Don't transport it to the French Alps.
So we produced a replica of the head and placed it on the body.
The funny thing is, the head was almost certainly a replica to start with, the skull. This... I mean, part of it is obscured right now.
Original head is presented in a glass case next to the complete specimen.
So you see some streaks right here, some cracks in between, with what looks like maybe water putty, like I talked about yesterday, like Durham's rock hard water putty. You can pick this stuff up for about $10 for a cylinder about this big. Some of these bones do seem to be real, but they're weirdly shaped.
L'ensemble du spécimen.
So this ilium looks like it's sculpted. these verts right here, that's probably why they're getting a shot of these, is that these appear to be real. They're kind of scrungy. That could be a pathology right there, which is interesting. This looks sculpted. That looks sculpted. Some of the central look like they're sculpted.
His skeleton.
Yeah, you can tell that these are all sculpted or 3D printed right here. Most of these Cottle Charvons probably are too. They look too perfect.
Is quite complete because we have about 70% of it, and we have over 90% of the bones of his skull.
I do wonder about that. Every time you really look into one of these claims, oh, it's 70% complete. Here's how these things often go. Is that when you're... This didn't make it into the backdrop today, but I can use it as a visual aid for right now. Here's a skeleton of Plateosaurus right here. Here's a diagram. We have the left side of the animal here, and then there's the right side. Oftentimes, the way that these things are calculated, when they say that it's 70% complete, what they mean is they have 70% of maybe one side of the animal. So you've got the axial skeleton, which is the vertebrae and the ribs and parts of the hips and the skull. Then you have the appendicular skeleton, which is the limbs. And some people also put the ribs in the appendicular skeleton. Whatever, it doesn't really matter. But say you have a right arm, a left arm and a left leg, and you've got some of the left ribs, and then you've got a decent portion of the tail, and then you've got a decent portion of the skull. By some people's estimates, that would be 90% complete. You could be missing the right side of the animal, but you say, well, you know, you could just mirror it, you know? You scan it, you 3D print a copy by mirroring it, and then the thing's complete. So, you know, 90% complete. It's like, well, there's lots of different ways that people fudge the numbers on these things. And when you look into any particular case from the fossil market like this, from these commercial enterprises, that's generally what they do. They want to inflate those completeness numbers. So when they say, oh, it's 70% complete, it probably means like bone by bone, it could be lower than 30% complete. But there's interesting ways you can kind of cook the numbers there, you know? Anyhow. I'm not saying that's the case with this particular instance, but yeah, buyer beware.
Which is simply exceptional.
And that's not exceptional. Like, we have nearly 100% complete skeletons of Allosaurus. So, one specimen that I've worked with from Museum of the Rockies, this is from northern Wyoming, is the Big Al Allosaurus specimen, which is almost 100% complete save for the tail. I think the tail is probably weathered out a long time ago, so it wasn't excavated in the first place. And that's what nearly always happens with fossil skeletons. Especially the larger the dinosaur, the less likely it is to be found complete. So yeah, anyway, we have... Big Al would be an example of a very complete specimen. I would not call that thing exceptionally complete. Certainly not.
When you have an exceptional object like this one,
I wouldn't call that exceptional.
That's totally unique. And at the time, there was nothing like it because it...
What do you mean there was nothing like it? Allosaurus is the most common big predatory dinosaur in the Morrison Formation. There's literally hundreds of specimens of this animal. You can't say there's nothing like it. There's tons of things like it. And what is up with this? The neck is way too long on that. Ugh. Ugh.
It was the first sale of a dinosaur in France in years, maybe even decades.
Just the hype here. Like, just calm down, you know? I think part of what I find really distasteful about this is we try to do the opposite as scientists, and this is honestly a problem in science. We don't often talk about how cool our work is, how this specimen is quite complete, this is scientifically important, this is whatever. Like, we oftentimes as scientists are almost kind of allergic to that. And it's exactly the opposite with the commercial fossil market. They're like, oh, well, this thing is the biggest and the best and the greatest and the smallest and the tiniest and the most superfluous, the most superlative. It's like, calm down. It's not, you know?
You have to ask yourself, how much am I willing to spend to get it?
About nothing. Don't get it. It's not a commodity, you know? If it really is anywhere close to complete, it's scientifically important. It's not an art object. Treating it like that is completely missing the point and kind of marking yourself as a rube, you know?
It's a question that only you can ask yourself.
No, I can ask that of you, and I can tell you the answer. I dig these things up. I do this for a living, you know? It's weird to see people come in from the outside and they're like, oh, the skeletons were tens of millions of dollars. No, it isn't. No, it isn't. You're wrong. You don't know what you're talking about. You've been hoodwinked, fleeced. You're a mark, you know?
Had someone bid higher than the price I'd offered, I wouldn't have acquired Cannes. But I wouldn't have been dragged into a bidding war. That's for the enthusiasts who really want something and must have it at all costs.
And again, the whole reason why they do these things, why they auction them off in the first place, is that if they were to set a price at the beginning, everybody would laugh at it. What you're doing is you're trying to manipulate people into spending an obscene amount of money on these things. Like the guy was saying earlier, this is done in the moment. Nobody goes in planning to spend a certain amount, because you never would. Even these folks realize that the whole thing is just preposterous. You know, it doesn't make any sense at all. Like, you're getting scrumped.
Auctioning off a dinosaur, setting it up on the podium and selling it to the highest bidder definitely attracted attention.
And again, this documentary is not helping with that. It's just going to drive the prices of these things higher, I think. Anyway. It is really frustrating because these things do attract attention, and that's a serious problem for fossil science. Because when I talk with regular people I meet on the street, people I meet at the bus stop, or people I talk to at the bar in Nevada on my way home, that's a story for another time. Holy cow. But generally, if they're hearing any kind of a news story about dinosaurs, it's one of two things. It's maybe something about a new species, which is cool. Or, it seems like sometimes more frequently, there's a dinosaur auction. This dinosaur sold for, $300 quadrillion, and, dinosaurs are big money. It's really frustrating that that's what gets reported on in the media. When we have fieldwork happening, research happening, new museum exhibits opening, all of these things which are new publications, these are all worthy of media attention. And I have spoken with people who work in the media who go, well, we really can't report on this field season that you were just part of or this new paper that you published because we just did a story last week about dinosaurs. And, we can't double dip like that. And I go, what? And they go, oh yeah, we were covering a dinosaur auction in France. So we already did a dinosaur story last week. We got to wait at least another month before we, have anything about dinosaurs on our news website and our newspaper, whatever. And that's incredibly frustrating, So yeah. And Mark Melvin says, is there a percentage of private landowners that sell fossils compared to letting them go to proper scientific research? It's most of them nowadays, Mark Melvin. Ever since Sue, the Tyrannosaurus specimen that sold at auction in 1997 or 8, ever since that happened, and it was such a huge international news story, nowadays when you talk to private landowners, you're like, hey, I'm a paleontologist. I'm doing this work for science. Can we, explore some of this land that you've got and see if there's anything scientifically important on it? They go, well, how much are you willing to pay me? It didn't used to be that way, Fair enough, like a lot of these farmers and ranchers are struggling financially. But it didn't used to be that way, It's interesting. I feel like increased financialization of the U.S. economy, it's kind of contributed to both of these problems. Farmers and small-time ranchers being squeezed out, losing their land to the banks. And, fossils being commodified like this. Jim Kirkland was telling me a story where, some of you may have seen the show When Dinosaurs Roamed America. This whole sequence here, set in New Mexico, in the beginning of the late Cretaceous, with Zuniceratops and Susquityrannus and Nothronicus. Jim used to work on this land. A lot of it was private land, and they had a good relationship with the private landowners. And all of these fossils went to museums afterward. That's why this sequence exists, because of the work that they did here. They discovered Zuniceratops, Susquityrannus, Nothronicus, and a number of other dinosaurs too. They can't go back there anymore because commercial fossil dealers moved in and said, hey, landowners, you let us come in and sell those fossils, we'll give you some of this money. And so what they do now is they hold digs there and they sell the fossils, and they sell them a la carte, piece by piece. So you've got semi-complete skeletons of some of these animals, and they're being sold bone by bone just to private buyers around the world. And you think of all the cool stuff that we could be learning about these critters that just won't happen because they're being carved up and sold away piece by piece. It's a serious issue, and you hear about this again and again and again. Many such cases. So yeah. Anyhow. Let's continue.
But from the moment dinosaurs were first discovered, collectors have always been interested in them. Beginning with the first discoveries in around 1850.
No. The first dinosaurs to be discovered, things like Megalosaurus, were first discovered in the late 1700s. Then Megalosaurus was probably described in 1824, Iguanodon in 1825, and Hylaeosaurus shortly thereafter. 1830 or 33 for Hylaeosaurus? I forget the exact date, but no, not around 1850. This guy doesn't know what he's talking about.
Professional paleontologists have spent their time in the field looking for exceptional pieces for big collectors.
No, we do it for science. It's funny that there was a time back in the day when there were private collectors who would go out, but you know, this is people like the Sternbergs, famously. like Charles Azalea Sternberg and his sons, I believe. Anyways, a whole family of fossil collectors. And they would go out and find fossils. They would excavate them in the US and in Canada. And then they would sell them to museums for a fair price. We're not talking for some exorbitant sum, but like, you know, for enough to recoup their expenses and travel and everything else, and then be able to put away some money. Museums at the time didn't have a lot of full-time paleontological staff, so people like the Sternbergs would do this. But they're not selling them to private collectors. Like, that's a total misrepresentation. It's just, it's deeply frustrating.
Museums, public collections, private collections. What
No, not private collections. Not in the US or Canada, really. No.
we do is absolutely nothing new.
That's untrue. This is a misrepresentation. If you know anything about the history of dinosaur paleontology, know that this is not true. And blah blah says it's just evidence that they put out an educational video without fact checking. I mean, I wonder if we're gonna see a single actual paleontologist in this whole documentary, you know? Or if this is all just a huge commercial, an advertisement for the private sale of fossils, you know?
Niente di nuovo quello che stiamo facendo.
Dinosaurs are closest, I'm guessing, though. We'll see, you know? Watch, they're gonna show some actual paleontologists out in the field right now, and I'm gonna have to eat my words. Please, please do this, please. Oh boy. No, probably not.
My name is Thomas Carr. I'm a...
Oh, no, there we go. There is Thomas Carr. Yeah. Glad. I'm glad. Although Thomas Carr is like on the... He is probably even more vehemently against the commercial fossil trade than I am. This is a guy who is like, he has a near religious zeal against the commercial fossil trade, you know? Moles1285, thank you for the follow, by the way. Good to have you here. Man, I do not remember Thomas Carr with this much facial hair. This is interesting. I wonder if he grows it out during the field season. Yeah.
vertebrate paleontologist, and I'm employed as an associate professor of biology at Carthage College in Kenosha, Wisconsin.
We did a stream from there, from the Kenosha Dinosaur Museum back in 2022, I think it was.
And I'm also director of the Carthage Institute of Paleontology, which brings us here to collect dinosaur bones. And we've been doing that since 2006.
This is going to be in Carter County, Montana, which is, I guess, why they were showing the Carter County Museum earlier, too. This is starting to make sense.
What we have there is a Triceratops carcass that originally lain on a floodplain, and floodplain is a flat area next to a river. And the Triceratops carcass had rotted and fallen apart, and we are following those bones into the hill.
I wonder if I'm going to recognize anybody else on the crew. They're being careful not to show anybody's faces so far. Being really careful not to show anybody's faces. This is downright distracting. And yeah, Ekalaka, Montana. I've spent some amount of time there.
Dinosaurs are very popular, I think, in global culture. Everyone knows about
Let's see
dinosaurs.
if I recognize anybody here.
And
Are they going to show
victims
Nate
of their own
or
popularity.
Saber?
So Jurassic Park was, I think, a very important moment for many young people. It's great PR.
There's the museum right there. This is, I think, Main Street in Ekalaka. This is essentially the whole town. There's another little street that kind of crosses up there, but this is the town right here. Yeah. really charming town in eastern Montana, Ekalaka. Here, watch out, sweetie pie. It's just down in the southeast corner of the state. There we go. Ekalaka right there. One time when I was staying with Nate Carroll, who's now curator of the Carter County Museum, I was staying with him and his family, and they were like, hey, we're going to go out to a restaurant for dinner tonight. And I said, restaurant? We have a restaurant in town. There's the Wagon Wheel Cafe, but I don't think they're open for dinner. They're like, oh no, we're going to go into South Dakota for dinner. So we like drove across state lines to go to a restaurant. And it again was just this little tiny diner, like, I think we were the only people in there at the time. It gives you some idea for the remoteness of this part of the world, you know? Yeah. Oh, and cool, Peanut Butter Princess, nice, nice. I'm fond of mosasaurs. You should know that, if we're talking about dinosaurs specifically, mosasaurs are a kind of giant ocean-going lizard. Not dinosaurs, per se. Anyway, how are you doing, sweetie pie? How are you doing? What's up with you? Yeah. Let's continue.
For interest in dinosaurs and beyond that, interest in science in general. But on the other hand, those films have produced a hunger for acquisition of real fossils. You know, that is undeniable. And it's interesting that in the most recent Jurassic World film, an auction of living dinosaurs was featured. I do think the main factor was the auction of Stan.
Well, Sue is the primary thing. Stan is, I think, just a symptom of this nowadays. I think Sue is what kicked it off.
Stan's auction is key to understanding where the market is heading.
Yeah, it's absolutely bonkers. So the story of Stan is a really sad one. Stan specimen. It's one of the more complete Tyrannosaurus skeletons ever found. From the Hell Creek Formation of, I think it's near Faith, South Dakota. And Stan was scientifically important and had been published on. So this is a specimen which real scientific work had been done on this specimen, despite the fact that it wasn't really in a real museum. It was in the Black Hills Institute of Geology in South Dakota, which is essentially like a commercial showroom. They're a group that, you know, they did some science and they would occasionally publish on things, but like most of the things there in their museum were for sale. They always said that Stan was not for sale, that this was too important. There have been papers published on it, and so they can't possibly sell it. And then they ran into some sort of legal or financial trouble around 2023, I think it was. It was 2022. And they turned around and they sold it. So this specimen was sold at auction for about $33 million. And that was a world record at the time. No other dinosaur had ever sold for that much. This was absolutely bonkers. And yeah. Anywho. A specimen that never should have been sold in the first place. They always promised it would not be sold. Of course it won't be sold. Like, you know, I know we don't have the best reputation at the Black Hills Institute, but, you know, we'd never sell this. And then they sold it.
Because Stan broke all the records. He blew even the most optimistic expectations out of the water.
Insane.
The huge specimen that sold in New York for an incredible price was presented all by itself at a modern art auction.
which is ridiculous. Are they going to talk about like how a lot of these things are stolen from other countries too? Like all these fossils that went on auction that were later seized by the Department of Homeland Security because they'd been stolen from Mongolia or from China? If they don't get into that here in this documentary, that will feel like malpractice.
That promotes the idea that a T-Rex, because it was a T-Rex, was considered a unique masterpiece in and of itself and put on sale at a modern art auction. Stan is an icon, a symbol, a brand.
And the teeth are yanked out of the poor guy's head. So see that line right there where it goes from dark to light on the teeth? That's the gum line. So or that's where the tooth is supposed to be. You should only see the dark part here. The rest of it should be up inside of the maxilla. And these teeth were found disarticulated. They were outside of the skull. At least I think they were. But like if you were to reconstruct this thing properly, you would only be able to see the dark part. But all the casts that they make of this, they're like, oh, we gotta make the teeth big and more scarier because, yeah, big T-Rex. It's really frustrating.
How can you sell that? How do you sell that in the French market?
You shouldn't. You should be ashamed of yourself, You're scamming people. Shouldn't be legal. And Starwolf, hey, welcome back. Good to see. I saw you. Yeah, you replied to me in the NASA chat this morning. Hope you're doing well.
By holding a prestigious natural history auction called Naturalia each year in Paris at Hôtel Drouot, Binoche, and Guiquelot. So you need a showstopper, exceptional items, and in this case, it was dinosaurs.
Oh boy. Everybody's out to scam. Everybody's out to make a buck. It's so frustrating.
Obviously, part of my job is tracking the latest major discoveries, knowing what's been found in the field every year, every season, doing the research, and that's very important. So every so often, it's essential to pay a quick visit to the commercial paleontologists in the United States to go see their top sites.
I have mixed feelings about the phrase commercial paleontologists. I don't want to be gatekeepy about the word paleontologist. I want this to be a field where everybody can see themselves in it. Anybody can realize that, hey, I can get involved with fossil science. But if you're just excavating these things to sell them, you're not doing science on them, you're not publishing on them. And that's not science, and you're not a scientist unless you're not a paleontologist. So yeah, I don't frequently use the term commercial paleontologist because when you've left the realm of science, you're no longer a scientist. You know what I mean? Anyhow. With that said, I think anybody who does science on fossils is a fossil scientist. But that's the litmus test. Do you do science on fossils? If you do, you are a paleontologist. You're a fossil scientist. If you don't, then it would be inaccurate to describe you as a paleontologist. You know what I mean? I hope that doesn't come across as elitist ivory tower nonsense, because that's not me. Charlie's Dragon says paleontology is a scientific field. If you're not doing science, you're not a paleontologist. Bingo. Yeah. And Magrat of Lancre says, okay, I'll be devil's advocate for a second. If commercial paleontologists did science, their fossils could sell for more? They'd make less money. And if they were doing science, they wouldn't be selling these things. It's not, this is almost in danger of becoming like circular logic. But like people who are selling these fossils, they're trying to cut overhead costs as much as they can. Keep costs low so that you get more profit. When you take the time to excavate things very carefully and slowly and take lots of data, that's going to cut into your profit margin quite a bit. And like the excavation that I just got done with out in Utah, That is basically like the 20th year of working in that area with the Utah Geological Survey. I've been there for 5 years so far. But excavation started there around 2006. 20 years now at this point. And they've already named a couple of dinosaurs from there in years past. There's a new one, a new ankylosaur that should be named in a month or two, maybe. Really excited about that new publication. We'll cover it when it comes out. We'll make a big deal out of that. The point is, these things take decades sometimes, and you would not make a profit if you were to sell those fossils afterward. You can't take decades to excavate a skeleton. You gotta whip that thing out of the ground as soon as possible, as quick as you can, and turn it around and sell it at your soonest opportunity. That's the name of the game when it comes to these commercial operations. So you kind of can't do science if you're going to be trying to make a profit, you know? Anyhow.
My name is Walter Stein, and I discovered the dinosaur known as Big John, the Triceratops.
Oh boy. How bad is it? We'll get back to the Denver clip later. I'll show that again.
In 2014, I was out exploring a brand new ranch, and there was part of a Triceratops horn sticking out. There was pieces of frill. There was several vertebrae and several ribs. It was a very impressive skeleton. It was certainly a large skeleton, and I knew immediately we had a really cool skeleton.
It's a Triceratops. Like, I might not have collected this if I found it in the field. I've found Triceratops specimens before where we're like, this is okay, but it's not really worth our time to collect. They're very common animals. Like, if you spend a week in prospecting the Hell Creek Formation and you don't find 10 Triceratops, you're doing something wrong. They are everywhere. They are all over the place. It is by far like the most common dinosaur in the Hell Creek Formation. So here we go. This is in the Upper Hell Creek. This is from a paper published, I think, in the early 2000s. So Triceratops makes up about 40% of the pie there. About 40% of the dinosaur specimens that you find in the Hell Creek are Triceratops. They're big, they're obvious, they're easily identifiable. Triceratops takes the cake. It is, 2/5, like 2 out of every 5 dinosaurs you'll find in the Hell Creek are Triceratops, easily. Tyrannosaurus, about 1/4. Tyrannosaurus also not rare. And after that is Edmontosaurus, big duckbill dinosaur. And then Thescelosaurus, Ornithomimus, Pachycephalosaurus, and Ankylosaurus make up the rest of that there. Triceratops is dead common. They are everywhere in the Hell Creek and Lance formations. Just everywhere, They are not rare. Like, again, if you spend a week prospecting the Hell Creek and you don't find at least half a dozen Triceratops specimens, you're doing something wrong, And frankly, like, you tell this to people, and I've told this to commercial collectors before, and they're like, what are you talking about, It was 10 years before I found a Triceratops. Like, it was 10 years before you found a Triceratops? I found, like, 5 of them in a day before. And, like, we didn't collect any of them. We've only collected, I think, there's a few that are in museums, like the Count Tricula Triceratops. I discovered that at the Badlands Dinosaur Museum. That wasn't even a particularly good one, but we did take the time to excavate it because it was scientifically important. It's from the Middle Hell Creek. Undersampled horizon in the Hell Creek Formation. But the point is, like, we pass a lot of these things up because they're just so common. They're all over the place. They're often not worth digging up in the first place. And a lot of the people who are out there prospecting just don't know what they're looking at, or they don't know where to look in the first place. I guess part of it, too, is that some of these guys are out prospecting on private land, just like little patches of badlands here and there, because when you're working on private land, out in Montana, private land tends to be rangeland, you know? It's prairie. There's grass for the cattle. That's private land. When these areas were being homesteaded in the first place, the Badlands, and I mean that in a topographic sense, that's what this sort of land is called, where you just have beautiful exposed rock like this. The Badlands, this would not be claimed by homesteaders, because you can't graze cattle there. It's great for fossils. Lots of beautiful exposed rock, but like private land is not going to have as much outcrop like this. It's not going to have as much exposed rock. So it is one of these things like, by only working on private land, these guys do have it. They're not going to find as much good stuff because there's just fewer rocks. So a lot of these commercial collectors, these commercial guys think that these dinosaurs are really rare, that they're hard to find, and they're looking in the wrong places, you know? So that's part of it, you know? Some of them, they might legitimately think that these dinosaurs are rare because they don't have a whole lot of outcrop to prospect. If they were working for a museum, doing this for science, they'd be finding these critters left and right, because then you're out on public land, collecting these things for the public good. So there's often a disconnect there between paleontologists and commercial collectors, you know? Anyhow. Let's continue.
Hey, can I just get a single? God, is it a living dinosaur?
Texas Rider 67, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. And Claire Burr says, if only these poor bone hunters could work for a real outfit and see the good stuff. I mean, yeah, that's the thing too, is that a lot of these guys, they would be helping to advance the science if we had better funding in paleontology, you know? Like, if we had more job opportunities, if we had more openings in the field, then they probably wouldn't be doing the, hey, let's rip these things out of the ground and sell them kind of route. If they could work for a museum, then a lot of them probably would, you know? If they wanted to go legit. This is people like, good example of this, somebody I have tremendous admiration for. Andrew Milner, who recently received the Morris Skinner Award for Outstanding Achievement in Fieldwork as a vertebrate paleontologist from the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology. Good friend Andrew used to be a commercial collector. And Jim Kirkland and some other people talked to him and they're like, hey, you should go pro with it. You should go legit with this. And he did. And now he is a well-known, well-respected paleontologist. But he started off as a commercial guy, selling fossils. I feel like if we had more money in this field, if we had more opportunities, we wouldn't have this thriving gray market of commercial fossil sales, you know? So yeah. Anyhow. Yeah. Luckless Jack says, I wonder if a lot of them just think they could reach some level of Dr. Grant level popularity by pursuing the commercial route. Maybe, yeah. Honestly, that's a problem that we have in academia. Like, we need to do a better job of welcoming people in and giving them opportunities and bringing money into our field so that we have ways that people can make a living doing legitimate science. We don't have that right now. Times are tough, especially right now with, you know, U.S. funding for science just being gutted thanks to the Trump administration. It's just making things worse. But I think also there's a a very American kind of attitude, where it's like, well, if something doesn't make money, then it's not worth anything, you know? The free market, that's the only real assessor of value, you know? You bulldoze that orphanage and put in a data center. That's the world we live in right now, especially here in the US. It's frustrating, you know? It's frustrating. Anyhow. Let's continue.
Oh, I've loved paleontology. I've loved dinosaurs since I was about 6 years old.
So this is somebody who should have had a place in fossil science, you know?
And so I'd build these massive Lego Lincoln log cities and then have Godzilla and his horde of mighty dinosaurs destroy them. So that's how I got my start.
I like that they're using clips from 1925's The Lost World. This is now public domain. Copyright is expired on
Well,
that.
I've never done the calculation to find out exactly how many hours I've worked on Big John.
Which, again, if you're like paying yourself to do this, you should probably have some idea of how long you've spent on it. That's a weird thing to say.
But it's a lot. It's a whole lot.
I think a lot of these guys are really cagey about how much work or time they put into these things and how much financial output was required, because then you actually have a number to compare against the sale price. Like, that's a savvy business decision. It's like, we're going to be really, really vague and cagey about what the actual financial investment is in these things. Because when people realize that they're spending 500 times more than it actually took to excavate and prep, maybe they're getting, ripped off.
We have at least, I'd say, 5 months worth of work in the field. Just
oh, what are those jackets? Ugh.
Getting it out of the ground.
Oh, and half jackets and aluminum foil. Just. Ew. They butchered this. And what? Hang on. Was that a shop rag? Hang on. That can't be right. I have to have misinterpreted that. Like, that's not how you put plaster onto burlap. Everybody watch the dinosaur. Prepare survival. Hey, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's like a weird reddish burlap. At first, that looked like a mechanic's like shop towel, but no, I think that is burlap. But that's not how you do it. You roll it up, and then you... goodness. Amateur hour.
And we use it.
Aluminum foil. What are you doing?
This is called a plaster jacket. We use the plaster jacket to get the bones.
Oh. He's doing it like this on camera. People are watching this.
Back to the lab, nice and safe. This works just like if you had broken.
So when you put it on, you can't move it around like that because that'll move everything underneath it. It's just it's a dilettante.
Your arm, and you go to the doctor.
So 2014 and 2015, we excavated the skeleton. And then from 2015, 16, 17, 18, 19, we prepared it. But for that whole time, for that 5-6 years, we had it listed on our website. We had it listed on social media. There was no secret that we had found a large Triceratops.
Oh boy. The surface of that bone there is just... because I've seen photos of this before, and it's like... When I used to work at Museum of the Rockies, we had people who would work downstairs in the prep lab who were trained on doing these things. Mostly younger people or people who were like long-time volunteers. And they'd be overseen by the paleontologists in the lab. That's where the real prep work took place. But then there was a viewing lab upstairs. I could go through the live stream I did from there and show you. But anyway, there's the viewing lab upstairs. It's like the Bowman Viewing Fossil Preparation Laboratory. A little glassed off area. And then there'd be like elderly volunteers up there. And this is something that's well known in the field of paleontology, is that sometimes when you have older volunteers, they're terrible because they think that they know everything. Oh, I've been around for a long time, Sonny. You can't tell me what to do. Like, you're doing everything wrong. You're destroying these fossils. And you try and point that out to them, and you're like, here, can I show you how to do it? And they're like, oh, I'm 75 years old. I've been doing this longer. It's like, so anytime that we had like a fossil that maybe shouldn't have been collected in the first place,
Reptiles.
It's taking up space there, we'd send it upstairs, and the old folks would just wreck it. So they'd be using the air scribe, and they'd be chipping away the rock, and then they'd chip away the cortical bone on the surface. They're like down into the trabecular bone, and they're just murdering this thing. And anyway. Blackout Flare, thanks for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Yeah. And Ali J says that's definitely not unique to paleontology. With regard to older volunteers, Danny, it's painful to deal with. It is. I am sorry, Ali J, that you have had to deal with the same thing, because it is not fun. Yeah. Anyhow, and Peanut Butter Princess says, I want to learn prep so bad, but it's not paid, and right now I need work. It's a problem, Peanut Butter Princess. Shoot. I want to live in a world where opportunities to do fossil prep, to learn how to do this, are paid. Where you don't have to already make a comfortable living to be able to learn how to do this. It doesn't have to be something you volunteer for, a leisure activity. I want to live in a world where science is well funded enough that people get paid to learn how to prep fossils. Because that is a huge issue for people who want to get into paleontology. They have to work and make a living. They can't spend hundreds of volunteer hours in a museum not getting paid. It does create like it's a real boundary to entry for fossil science. And we're missing out on people who would be really skilled, really dedicated, because they can't afford to volunteer for thousands of hours, you know? We are missing out on a good chunk of humanity, people who would be wonderful at this kind of thing, but they just can't afford to get started. It's a serious problem in paleontology, you know? I want to live in a world where that's not the case, where we have money coming in, and people can pursue that dream, you know? I was updating my schedule earlier today, because I didn't have anything for August or September or October or November. I put some stuff on there, but I'm going to be attending the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology meeting in Cleveland this year. And right now I'm getting this set up, an event I call SVP Live, where I'm going to be live streaming part of the meeting. People can sign up for time slots and present their research to the audience at home, and we're going to be using this as a fundraiser. The Society of Vertebrate Paleontology is like the biggest professional organization that we have for paleontologists who study bones, vertebrate animals. Really excited to use this as a fundraiser because I want to make some money for SVP so that we can start giving out things like scholarships. We can have financial help for people who want to get into vertebrate paleontology. Because right now, they do a few student grants here and there, but it's peanuts. It's so tiny. We can do better. And I want to help out with that. I want to help make that a reality. I'm trying to put my money where my mouth is, trying to actually make this happen. So, stay tuned. November, SVP Live. Looks like it's going to happen. Very excited about this. So anyway. Yeah. But yeah. And Zool, folks want to work any job. Exactly, Zool, yeah. Yeah. That's the funny thing is, like, there used to be opportunities like this. Back in the day, we had a thing called the WPA in the United States, the Works Progress Administration. So this was a thing that FDR, Franklin Delano Roosevelt, was a real champion of. So many people were out of work during the Great Depression. FDR and his administration kind of did the opposite of what the Trump administration is doing now. They increased funding for science, for national parks, for people to build roads and bridges and dams and lots of public works projects like this. And there you go. There is a dinosaur limb bone. Man, they really made that like skin tight on that shoot. But this funded a lot of paleontological work. There were people who got their start as paleontologists because of funding from the WPA. So the WPA collection here at the Texas Memorial Museum. Collection includes specimens from Permian and Triassic terrestrial sediments of North and Central Texas, tertiary terrestrial sediments of the Gulf Coastal Plain, etc., etc. There's so much like paleo fieldwork that was funded by the WPA. Samuel P. Wells, the guy who described Dilophosaurus, he got his start with WPA funding. He moved to Berkeley, California from, where was he from? Gloucester, Massachusetts. His parents moved to Berkeley when he was 4 years old. He remained at Berkeley in the remainder of his life. He needed a job and took a position as preparator in the Museum of Paleontology under William Diller Matthew. This is all because of WPA funding, that they could hire him. I want to live in a world where this sort of thing happens again. Where other people have the opportunity to get into paleontology, you know? Yeah. And Peanut Butter Princess says, I did check, and the place I'm moving to in Alaska has a museum with a paleontology section. Oh, man. Make contact with them, Peanut Butter Princess. Even if you can't volunteer right away or anything, those are good people to know. If you ever meet, like Pat Druckenmiller, is he in Fairbanks or Anchorage? I forget. Tell him Danny Anduza says hello. Yeah. And Beyond the Grave, I have turned that off already. We talked about that earlier in the stream. Yeah. And Peanut Butter Princess says, I feel like I'm fighting my way into paleontology, but I'm fighting as hard as I can. If there's any advice I can give you, any tips or pointers, let me know. I'm rooting for you, Princess. And there you go, Cacklinsworth. Yeah, it's ironic, isn't it? Anyway, let's continue this. Oh boy.
This was not hidden. I sent some messages off to many people, many friends in academia and whatnot, and there were no takers. No one was interested in it because it's
well, it's a common animal and it's not a particularly good specimen. It doesn't look like it was excavated particularly well. And museums don't have the money to buy this kind of thing. Museums are grievously underfunded most of the time. you know?
Just a triceratops, quote unquote, just a triceratops.
They're everywhere.
Triceratopses
they
are very common. There's about
There's a tell there. Oh boy, that's painful to hear. The plural of triceratops is triceratops.
just a triceratops.
Like, it's not a common name. It's a genus name. It's a scientific name.
Triceratopses are very common. There's about 350 known skeletons.
There's way more. There's way more. Oh boy. There's over 100 just at Museum of the Rockies alone. At one little museum, you know? I think Berkeley has about 7 or 8 individual specimens. Just at Berkeley. None of them are close to complete, but like they've got a beautiful skull up in the biosciences library. It's one of the most common dinosaurs on the planet, if not the most common. There are probably well over 1,000 Triceratops specimens in museums around the world.
And skulls of Triceratops. And so for 6 years, we waited. We waited for somebody to come along and say, hey, we could do something with that.
I mean, that's the thing, is that if a museum wants a Triceratops specimen, they will go out and excavate it themselves for pennies on the dollar. They will not pay you millions of dollars for it, you know?
We could put that together in the United States in one of our museums, a kids museum or one of the larger museums. Nobody called.
I mean, the entitlement here, it's like, these things are common as chips. They're everywhere. No, nobody's going to pay you millions of dollars for this thing. And often, like, a big part of why museums go out and excavate fossils in the first place, a big part of what we were doing in Utah for the past 3 weeks when I was out there, that's not just to excavate these fossils and collect data and everything. It's also training up the next generation of vertebrate paleontologists. Like, one of the most common questions that I got while out there in the field from this chat was, why in the world are you working out there when it's 109 degrees Fahrenheit in the shade? Why? You know? Why do that? It's because this is the time of year when students are not in school. It's summer break. We could be digging in late September. I mean, actually, I'll be out there digging in late September, and you'll see firsthand, chat, how much more pleasant it is. Maybe the high for the day might be like 80 degrees, not 110 in the shade. But the reason why we do that in the heat of the summer is to give students an opportunity to come out and dig with us. We're trying to pay it forward. We're trying to teach the next generation of paleontologists how to do fieldwork, how to collect fossils, gather data, all of that. If a museum just buys a specimen, even if they could afford it, which they almost never can, then they don't have the data from the site, they didn't collect it themselves, and they haven't trained students on it. It's the whole point of going out and collecting these things. Part of the point is to train people on how to do it, to help them out in their careers, you know? It's almost kind of like the whole AI scam thing, where it's like, oh, well, you know, why sit there and learn how to do art, spend hundreds of hours learning how to be an artist and, you know, how to compose a scene and how to see the lines, see the image in your head before you put it onto paper and everything. Why do that when you can just type a prompt into the computer and have it fart out a slop image? People legitimately ask this question. It's like, why waste all that time? It's like, no, the journey is the point. You're learning a skill. You're bettering yourself. And you can find tremendous joy and fulfillment in that. Or you could just have some result that's farted out into your hand. And you go, oh, look what I did. But you didn't do that. It's the same with this. Like, the whole point of these excavations is to do it properly, gather data, train a crew, and you're paying it forward, you know? Does that make sense? Yeah.
And say, hey, we could do something with that. We could put that together in the United States in one of our museums, a kids museum or one of the larger museums.
And Zul says, what's the minimum student age you'd accept to help fieldwork? Zul, we had a high school kid on our crew this year. Jameson. Yeah. I'm not in charge of that, though. I don't make those decisions. But there are some field crews that will only take people who are over the age of 18 or something like that. And there's field crews who are like, yeah, everybody's welcome. So it depends. It's up to the discretion of the crew chief, usually. But yeah. Yeah.
Nobody called. Nobody came.
Finding a dinosaur is one thing. Preparing a dinosaur is another. Essentially, my role in this auction, and in previous auctions, was to connect two people, two worlds. Zoic's decision, via Flavio Bacchia, to invest in Big John, to purchase the remains of Big John, wasn't made overnight.
We turn piles of bones that most people can't begin to comprehend into jaw-dropping specimens for museums, exhibitions, or whatever.
Yeah, mostly whatever, honestly. And that's really funny, what they've got here. Yeah, so this is all molded and cast. There might be some real bone in there, but this is the thing, is that when you reconstruct it like this, the whole point of reconstructing something like this to be sold at an auction is you're trying to cover up your work. You're trying to obscure what is real fossil and what is reconstruction. You try and make the whole thing look real, and thus you often destroy its scientific value in the process. So sometimes you hear people and they go, well, you know, these things, they should really be sold to a museum. It's like, well, museums don't have a budget to buy them. Nearly always. And you've taken what could have been a scientifically interesting specimen, maybe if it had data associated with it, which they often don't. The context is robbed from it, so it's essentially worthless. But let's pretend that they have data most of the time. Well, in prepping these things and trying to make it look like it's more complete than it is, you're kind of wrecking it, you know?
We needed a big dinosaur to continue the relationship we had started with the international auction houses who turned to us each year for curiosities or specimens for their natural history auctions. They expect something from us and ask us, what have you got? What have you got? There was a Triceratops called Big John. It was dug.
Charlie's Dragon says it's like the woman who tried to restore the fresco. Exactly, Charlie's Dragon, yes. Yeah, no, that's almost exactly what that's like. That's a really good analogy. I like that a lot. Charlie's Dragon, once again, right on the money. Oh, boy.
A 19th century piece of artwork in need of a little care, let an eager grandmother with a paintbrush have a go at restoring it, and this is the result.
We saw that everything was falling down and we fixed it.
Cecilia Jimenez thought she was helping out, but now she's distraught at what she's done. And as the residents of Borja in northeastern Spain take it all in, she's claiming she didn't act alone.
Oh, boy. Not trying to rag on the elderly. That's not what I'm doing here. But this is restoring something. You know?
Did somebody order you to do this? Of course. The priest knew it. The priest knew it. He did. How could we do something like that without his permission? You did it secretly, didn't you? No, of course not. Everybody who came into the church could see me as I was painting.
The fresco of Christ is...
It's been called Monkey Christ. It's, oh boy.
particularly valuable, at least not in financial terms, but it is, or was, loved by locals.
Until now, she just painted on the tunic, but the problem started when she painted the head as well, because she's destroyed this painting.
Professionals will attempt to fix the botched job, but without a miracle, they will struggle to restore it completely.
Poor Jesus. I mean, he looks like he's the result of a very long weekend with the boys on his stag night.
Yes. Anyway. It's the same deal with a lot of these fossils, you know? Yeah.
In 2015, there was nothing else. Nothing. A specimen that's been available for 2 years raises questions.
Which is crazy that you would say this, because in science, these things take years or decades to study before you publish it. Like the whole process is not measured in 2 years. It's usually much longer than that. To say, oh, 2 years, that raises questions. Like, oh boy.
Why hasn't it been sold? I even thought there might be a problem somewhere, that some...
Yeah, it's garbage. It's garbage. There's something very wrong with it. Again. Don't make me tap the sign again.
What's going in this auction are actually the buyer who set the price, not the seller. I don't think any seller would ever get away with charging $8.5 million for Big John. I always thought Big John because it's quite possibly one of the worst fossils ever sold at auction that raised more than $1 million.
Yeah. Something was wrong with it. There's something very wrong.
Why hasn't it been sold? I even thought there might be a problem somewhere, that something was wrong with it.
We discussed it a lot, and after a while, Flavio wanted to go out on a limb and try his luck. Fine, I'll buy Big John. He...
It's a truly
the Triceratops, right?
Yeah, it's allegedly the biggest Triceratops, but that's because they reconstructed it incorrectly and basically exaggerated the size of the skull. If you look at the size of certain parts of the skull, you can see it's nowhere near as big as it's purported to be.
Yeah.
He clearly sensed there was something there.
It's like everybody involved with this is a complete rube. It's just... including the filmmakers, to be honest, you know?
He felt those remains had potential.
I requested information and prices. It was clear there was no negotiation, no competition, because after a while, we simply came to an agreement.
You know, we weren't born with silver spoons in our mouth. We don't have a six-figure income. So my wife and I discussed it, and we came to the conclusion that it's just a Triceratops. It's one of 350 other specimens. We have other Triceratopses on the shelf, and we have a buyer.
You got fleeced too. This is the crazy thing, is that like these auctions are just scamming everybody, including the people who are trying to make a living digging these things up in the first place. It's just... it's shameful, you know?
It's not the buyer I wanted.
What a farce.
I was hoping for a museum, but it's a little hard to sell to a museum when you can't get them on the phone.
I mean, museums don't have money. They have less money than you do, you know? Shoot, I just spent 3 weeks out in the Utah desert digging with a group of volunteers and paleontologists and students, and our budget was what, like a couple $1,000? Like, the reason why we had food is we had a $500 donation from the very generous Ed Simpson. Like, without that, we might not have been able to do field work. Very, 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 very few museums would be able to afford paying $200,000 for a Triceratops. You know what I mean?
I wish it had stayed here. I was sad when it left. So I'll find another one.
I mean, you sold it, though. That's the thing, is it like... I don't know. I wish we lived in a world where this guy could have gone legit and, like, been a paleontologist, you know? I want to live in a world where he can become a paleontologist, where he can do this work legitimately. It sucks to see people get taken advantage of like this by folks with way too much money. You know what I mean? This guy would be 100 times happier if he were working with a museum.
Are you a fan of dinosaurs? I won't get angry if you
Ice Call, thanks for the follow. Welcome to Paleontology. It's good to have you here. Anywho, yeah. Hogan says the people in this video say, we don't have a six-figure income. And Danny's like, we had a mighty powerful desire to eat sometime this month. Yeah. Yeah.
The plaster jackets get shipped by plane. The first batch arrives in November 2020, and the second in December 2020. We're talking about tons of plaster, matrix, and bones.
An aluminum foil. Oh. Ugh. That's not how this works.
La quantità di ossa.
Like that question avert question mark? Oh boy.
There were far more bones in the blocks that were sent to us than what the finders had estimated.
Oh boy. Oh goodness, they didn't know what they had before they shipped it out.
Prevista dagli scavatori.
At first, I thought we had a Triceratops that would be about 50% complete. But Big John's skeleton ended up being 60% complete and its skull 75% complete.
I don't think it's 75% complete.
Abbiamo avuto uno scheletro molto più completo.
We ended up with a much bigger skeleton, and although whoever dug it up knew it was big,
and I love that he's pretending that he doesn't know who dug it up. It's like everyone in this is just clueless. It's just... it's astonishing, you know? Nobody knows anything. Yeah. Smurf says, hey, it's good stuff. Nothing but the best. You won't get a better deal. Yeah. Oh, boy. Oh, boy.
they didn't realize just how big it really was. We were incredibly lucky.
What you're saying is that you took this poor guy for a ride. You scammed him, and now you're going to turn around and scam the buyer.
Had the person in possession of this Triceratops in the rough been aware of these two facts, the price would have been completely different.
Again, you're just saying, hey, yeah, we scammed them, you know? Good for us, you know? We completely scammed that American rube, that hayseed. We got him, you know? You ignorant Americans, we have scrumped you very badly.
And possibly beyond our means.
Irraggiungibile.
I mean, I at least hope the guy who dug it up got some portion, some percentage of the final sale price, but I doubt that's what happened. Like, I feel really bad for him, you know? It's not a proper lab facility
Reconstructing
either.
a dinosaur is like a huge puzzle. The problem is the puzzle has 1,000 pieces, and most of them have been broken in half by an obnoxious child. It's a real nightmare.
I mean, this is how it works, though, dude. Plastic putty, sculpting. And again, the whole point of this is to try and make it look like a complete skeleton. You wouldn't do this kind of thing. You know, like, I'll show you a Triceratops that I excavated in 2011. Here's me with the skull of Yoshi's trike. This is a Triceratops specimen at Museum of the Rockies. You can go see this on display there. This is what the skeleton looks like. The parts that are reconstructed and the parts that are actual casts of the real bones.
If dinosaurs had not died, I imagine that mammals would still be small
Ben
creatures
Forrest.
like this, living in the nooks and crannies of their world, and we wouldn't be here.
Welcome, welcome. It's good to have you here. Thanks for following. Like, there's a lot wrong with this skeletal mount, honestly. A lot that I would have done differently about it. But you can plainly see which bones are the actual bones, or at least exact replicas. These are casts. So the real ones are down in the collections being studied. Hopefully it'll get published on sometime soon. But that's the whole point, is to be able to show off which parts are sculpted and which parts are the real bone. This is a particularly stark representation of that. Particularly stark example, but yeah. They're not doing that here. They're trying to do the opposite. They're trying to make the whole thing look complete. So it's no longer a scientific specimen, it's a showpiece, you know? It's this, you know? I think we can all agree that this is far more beautiful on the left, even if it is incomplete, a little worse for wear. This is comical.
Once the bones have been pieced back together and prepared, you see what's missing. The missing parts are reconstructed. Once the bones were giving us an idea of the animal's size, we took a scientific drawing of a Triceratops skeleton and printed out a life-size enlargement of it. So we had this enormous Triceratops drawing on the lab floor. And as we worked on the bones, we laid them out next to it to see where they went, how they fitted, and to see if the sizes matched up.
This is so funny. It feels like preschoolers working on a dinosaur project on the
Or
floor.
not. In the course of our work, we'd prepared 2 complete Triceratops skeletons and 7 skulls. So we knew a Triceratops when we saw one. And this one was bigger.
Again, you see how many of these parts are reconstructed here. Like, most of the brain case, most of the... What is wrong with the occipital condyle there? Ugh. It's got cancerous growths on it, almost. And it's, of course, reconstruction there. Big chunks of the squamosals are fake.
And the teeth were much bigger.
Again, like... Those are not that big for Triceratops teeth.
over twice as big as the ones we'd had before.
They had a small one before,
The
clearly.
Paleontology Institute of the University of Bologna got involved and sent someone over to do a thesis, and the paleontology professor supervised our work.
Oh boy, this is the kind of thing where I'm gonna hold my tongue about this. But to be legitimizing a farce like this it doesn't speak well of an academic. I'll put it that way.
Del corso di paleontologia.
I mean, you see how much of that skull is reconstructed in the back, too. And, like, the frill bones are not occluding properly. This is way wider than it should be. It's the wrong shape. It's just, again, just garbage.
But yeah, they found a few scientists to stick their name on a paper and say it was really big and things, which really shouldn't have happened because the specimen is still private. But as long as we see that kind of thing happen, but yeah, there's a real variety at these auctions of.
Anyhow.
Tra il lavoro fatto
Part of the thesis work involved the student measuring.
Oh, boy. Yeah. So this is a plate illustrated by either by author Charles Marsh or one of his underlings. This is from, like, the 1880s, and probably early 1890s. Like, they're looking at a drawing of this animal that is well over 100 years old. There's far better references that you could be using. Lardverse? Hey. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Thank you for the raid. Good to have you here.
About to get flattened by dinosaur content.
Welcome, Lardverse. I hope you had an excellent stream. Thanks for bringing everybody over. We are suffering through this new PBS documentary about the commercial fossil trade. It is painful. But anyway, here's me by way of introduction. I'm going to go run to the bathroom again real quick. I will be right back. Let's see if I can do it in less than a minute. Here we go.
My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist, and this is Paleontologizing. Science isn't just test tubes and beakers and white lab coats. What we're doing out here is science, too. We're testing hypotheses by excavating these fossils.
Join me for museum tours, interviews with other paleontologists, audience Q&A, 3D printing. It's pretty big. Who thought this was a good idea? And of course, live dinosaur digs.
A limb bone from a new duck-billed dinosaur.
I invite you to tune in and experience the adventure of fossil science. There we go. Welcome, welcome to Paleontologizing. It's my hand sanitizer. But thank you, Lardverse, for bringing everybody over. I appreciate it. Yeah. And Pate B says, Danny, it's fine. Some streamers spend hours off camera. I spend hours off camera too. When I'm asleep, when I'm doing work, when I'm, all that stuff. But I recognize that this is we've got 300 people watching right now. The internet is a big place. You could be anywhere right now, but you're sitting here with me talking about fossils, talking about paleontology. I want to respect that as best I can. I don't want to take that attention for granted, I don't want to keep you waiting, if I can help it. I would feel bad, Anyhow. But, yeah. Let's continue.
all the bones of Big John's skull and comparing them to what was in the available literature.
Disponibile in letteratura.
Again, these are plates from the 1890s.
We knew of a skull measuring 8 feet 2 inches. Big John's was 8 feet 7.
It wasn't. They reconstructed it too big. You can tell just by looking at it. Oh, goodness.
For about 3 weeks, I couldn't follow the preparation work. I had been going back and forth to Trieste, but I wasn't able to go for a little while, and no one was saying anything. Flavio wasn't really replying to my messages. All he would say was, "I have a surprise for you. You'll see." Finally, I was able to get to Trieste, and I saw Big John.
Oh. Oh. Just this skull, this poor creature, just been absolutely mangled. It's cruel and unusual.
It was gigantic, and they told me, "We have confirmation that it's the world's largest triceratops."
Again, it is not. Like, don't make me tap the sign again.
It's allegedly the biggest triceratops, but that's because they reconstructed it incorrectly and basically exaggerated the size of the skull. If you look at the size of certain parts of the skull, you can see it's nowhere near as big as it's purported to be.
And right there I said, "We have a masterpiece here."
We have a masterpiece here. Look at this remarkable restoration. Masterpiece.
We really have a showstopper for the auction. How do we attract the attention of a potential buyer for Big John?
Go to anywhere. People have way too much money and not any common sense.
We show it off.
Showstopper, stop the auction.
It's an area known for its art galleries and its fashion designers. And we put Big John in a showcase window so the public can see him.
Yeah, this thing can't sell itself because the quality just isn't there. So what do you have to do? You have to put on a big show, you know? You can't let its own merit speak for itself because, you know what merits? You gotta gussy it up, you know? Pretend that it's something important. Make a big deal out of it. Hope you don't get called out.
And what do we get? Immediate press coverage.
And it's so frustrating because, you know, you try to talk to reporters about this kind of thing, and this is a big problem with a lot of modern legacy media. It's almost ironic, modern legacy media, but like they already have their angle for their story picked out before they go to interview people in many cases. They already know the story that they want to tell, and if the facts don't line up with it, then, well, we'll just ignore those facts. We'll just sweep those under the rug, you know? It's so frustrating.
The press from all over the world was talking about...
Murph says every time this guy speaks, I dislike him more. I don't know who this is. I'd be rooting for him. I mean, what's interesting is that, like, if you look at the comments here on YouTube, people say it belongs in a museum. They had no predators flagged for disinformation. You know that scene in Children of Men where all the works of art are locked away while the world burns? Yeah. You know how slimy it is when the guy's first comment is, "This is legal." Yeah. I don't know why this makes me angry. Thanks, PBS. Proof that wealth after a certain point just makes a person useless to society, if not a significant drain to society. Yeah. Anywho.
About this dinosaur that had arrived in the center of Paris. And this is how the media buzz carried the news to the right ears.
Again, it's so frustrating because, to repeat, I've spoken with journalists before about, like, hey, will you cover this field season? Like, we found really cool stuff. This is interesting for science. And they go, well, you know, this sounds cool, but we already did a dinosaur story last week about a dinosaur auction. We can't have dinosaurs more than twice a month, or more than once a month in the same, you know, on our news website or in our newspaper. Like, it's so frustrating that with a lot of media nowadays, they feel like they have a maximum amount of a certain topic that they can cover. And so if you have something like real, exciting, legitimate scientific news, that just gets crowded out by all this commercial nonsense, you know? So yeah. The Unlucky Goat says, let us watch it. Here's a link. There you go.
When the handlers opened the crate, I saw Big John for the first time with my very own eyes. I had direct contact with him.
Him. Oh boy.
I was like a kid. It was a very strange feeling, inexplicable. 5 or 6 people were rolling it in, just getting it through the door, perfectly calculated.
And what a farce, because here's the thing, is that you have legitimate exhibits being unveiled at museums, and they don't get nearly this kind of press coverage. It's so frustrating that, I mean, we as paleontologists and scientists need to do a better job of communicating these things to the public and building hype. But people in media often just don't get it, you know?
It was like a big show, all orchestrated but out of necessity. It was the beginning of an adventure.
It's not an adventure. You're selling a subpar specimen as an art piece. An adventure is going out and excavating these things, discovering new species or discovering new specimens of previously known species that can tell you something new about these animals' paleobiology. That is real adventure. That is real discovery. It's a dog and pony show, you know? It's a dilettante ball. I haven't seen that many times. Experienced that firsthand many times. What a joke.
Guinness World Records is asking if we'd like to register Big John as the world's largest.
Oh boy. That's a scam too. Holy cow. If anybody here in the chat, if you're not aware, Guinness Book of World Records charges people to apply for records. Like, it's a big money-making enterprise, you know? It's totally a thing. We're not going to get into that right now, but this is by no means the world's largest Triceratops. Not even close. But that gives you some idea of the quality of the information in the Guinness Book of World Records.
Le plus grand au monde.
Big John is the largest known Triceratops skeleton.
not true.
Obviously, Guinness World Records isn't the most scientific or the most academic distinction available, but we're talking about highly valuable publicity.
Una certificazione che ha un valore fortemente divulgativo.
Big John's no longer just a triceratops, just a dinosaur.
Big John che
Massive amounts of people know about Big John, and he becomes famous and unique.
Again, it's like modern celebrity culture, where people just become famous for being famous. It doesn't matter that they never actually achieved anything, they don't stand for anything, they just... It's like, oh, this person is famous, and they're famous for being famous, so we'll make them more famous, and then give them a bunch of money for doing that. But to shill products and stuff like that, it's just... It's mindless consumerism. You know?
We have a very beautiful product, this large triceratops. We're fortunate to have considerable media coverage. Now, buyers are coming forward.
Amazed by the press coverage. Fantastic. L'attenzione già.
Interest in him is fantastic.
Thank you, I appreciate. We will keep in touch in less than 1 week, most of it. We wait for you, and we'll see you very, very soon.
Every time I see it, it's like, ugh. It's just the skull is so badly mangled.
That was Japan. We now have 6 countries, 6 very interesting requests. They obviously want all the details about the auction. Time to get to work.
What's crazy is this sale took place in, what, 2022, I think? And it took this long for them to come out with a documentary about it. Shoot. How did it take them this long to... I kind of wonder whether PBS actually produced this? Because it says PBS and Secrets of the Dead at PBS. I wonder if this were like a private filmmaker who made this basically as an advertisement for this industry, and then PBS just kind of purchased it and put the PBS stamp on it. Like it feels kind of too shoddy for PBS, you know? Azanku says this is definitely a purchase. I mean, let's... IMDb might have some information. Nothing. Huh. It's weird because you would think that if there were a PBS documentary, like let's look up Dinosaur Wars on American Experience, PBS. There we go. There's an entry for it there. Director, writer, more production info, and IMDb Pro, whatever. Okay. No results for this. A little suspicious. And I wonder what's going on here. But anyway, the whole thing does feel like an advertisement in a way. And there you go, Claire. Yeah, trying to figure out how this is a PBS production, but it feels more like that Christie's video. Yeah.
With regard to the now global market for big-ticket dinosaur fossils, I'll just be honest with you.
So here's Thomas Carr, who despises this kind of thing. And got a good amount of respect for Thomas Carr for saying this on camera, not shying away from it.
I just wish the whole damn thing would collapse.
Yep. The bubble is going to burst eventually.
So let's pretend we have a dinosaur fossil available for $1 million. For a museum, $1 million can go a really long way. $1 million could fund a decade of field programs like the one that I run here in Montana. $1 million could, that could be several new salaries for people to work in a lab.
Yep.
It could also fund an expansion of a gallery. But $1 million for one fossil just isn't realistic for a museum to invest in.
In reality, a great many collectors, more than I could ever imagine, who contacted us regarding prior auctions or the upcoming one for Big John, a huge specimen, promised to loan it or
This is less than honest, I will say. I don't have details on this. I've heard rumors about it, so I'm going to be purposefully vague about what I heard. But there was a very, very prominent recent dinosaur auction where a dinosaur specimen sold for an obscene amount of money. And then the buyer, that person said that they were going to loan it to a museum to put it on display for a while. And from what I understand, they are charging the museum to be able to show it off in the gallery. I don't know how this worked out, but it is a large prominent museum that is showcasing a famous specimen, and the museum has to pay for the privilege of showing this thing off. Not great,
or give it to museums.
Oh boy, Martha's Vineyard. Certainly not one of the most evil places on the planet. Oh boy.
I think paleontology is one of the perhaps unique sciences where the public
one of the unique sciences. Great. That's not what the word unique means.
And the academic community can really cooperate and interact in a symbiotic way.
Although this is true. No, I totally agree with that. Be too hard on this guy. Paleontology is really special in that sense, where there are so many different ways that members of the public can get involved and make real scientific contributions in a way that, you couldn't do that for, say, physics. When's the last term that you heard about a member of the public making a groundbreaking discovery in physics or chemistry? But that happens all the time in paleontology. We rely upon volunteer labor because we have such slim budgets, or sometimes no budget at all. Oftentimes really important fossil specimens are discovered by members of the public who are volunteering on a dig, or they're out walking their dog or bird watching or hiking or something, and then they happen upon a fossil, they call up a paleontologist, and then it turns out to be something really vital. There are lots of people who have made stellar contributions to the field who are not professional paleontologists. Case in point, there we go.
My name's William Walker. I'm a plumber by trade. I often come to this part of Surrey to do a bit of fossil collecting. And one day I found a dinosaur.
No. He discovered baryonyx. This is why baryonyx is called Baryonyx walkeri, is because he discovered it.
Just looking straight into this lens. That's good.
one of the dinosaurs I
First of all,
studied.
I'd like to thank you for your interest in our exciting new dinosaur and for coming this afternoon.
This is back when they used to make a big deal about these things, you know? I mean, it was the first big, cool new dinosaur found in Great Britain in like 100 years or so.
Discovered by an amateur collector in January 1983, and all credit to him for his acute observations.
Yep.
He's remained a friend of the museum and of Dr. Charik and Dr. Milner's ever since.
Although dinosaurs have a ferocious reputation, most of them were actually placid
How is he not there at the at the event? Why don't they have him on stage or whatever?
vegetarians. But this new discovery seems to have been a real meat-eating terror. The most striking feature of the bones dug out of the Surrey clay pit is a claw about a foot long, which looks like the talon of a gigantic eagle.
There would have been a horny sheath covering it in life, like a claw of a modern bird. And so it might have extended it by as much as perhaps a quarter again.
When the animal lived about 120 million years ago, it would have stood about 15 feet high on its hind legs. The Natural History Museum scientists, who've spent the past 3 years studying the bones, have given the new dinosaur the scientific name Baryonyx.
That's the generic name, and the specific name, what better to do than to name it after our good friend William Walker, who found it and gave it to us, and therefore it's Baryonyx walkeri. And as from tomorrow, that is the official name, and it will remain thus until the end of time.
I think whatever your hobby, you like to achieve the pinnacle, and that's got to be the pinnacle of fossil hunting, to have one named after you.
Big salute to William Walker.
I'm overjoyed, if that's the right word to use. I really don't know how to describe it, but yeah, it's wonderful for me.
Baryonyx walkeri. Again, big paleo salute to William Walker, who discovered this critter in the first place, donated it to the museum. He is now immortal. We will remember his name for as long as there is a study of dinosaurs. That's the sort of contribution that an amateur can make to this field. In fact, that happens quite often. So this guy is correct about this.
Can really cooperate.
And it's about 120 million years old, Nidar. Yeah, that sometimes the closed captioning gets it wrong. But Baryonyx, one of my favorite dinosaurs, a dinosaur that I work on actually. Yeah, it's from the early Cretaceous, about 130 to 125 million years ago. They said 120 in the documentary. But it's from the Barremian, from the early Cretaceous. I think I might even be in this article. Yeah. Anywho. Promise I didn't put that in there. Somebody was snooping through conference abstracts and found that and then updated the article.
And interact in a symbiotic way. I think it is one of these fields of science where an amateur can contribute and become involved.
And this is very, very true. I'm talking about this all the time. This is a major theme over the past 3 weeks when I was working out in the field in Utah with the Utah Geological Survey. So many of the people on our crew were not professional paleontologists. They're amateurs, they're volunteers, they're students, they're just interested members of the community. That's kind of the backbone of our science, is getting volunteer help.
My name is Henry Kriegstein. I'm an officer.
Oh boy. Is this the guy that Raptor Rex is named after? Oh boy. I think we're going to leave the rest of this for tomorrow. And we're going to assemble our Diabloceratops. I'm printing a key part of it right now, but we've got more pieces to assemble. This is the skull of Diabloceratops. Diabloceratops. Here's the actual holotype. The Natural History Museum of Utah. really, really cool critter. I am 3D printing this critter right now. Friend of the channel, Don DeBlue, Uncle Don, was who discovered this back around 2010 or something. Anywho, 2006, I forget when he found it. But anyway, for the past few days, we've been assembling bits and pieces of this. Let's continue that. There we go. It's an example of like how you can have a dinosaur specimen in your house that is a replica, a 3D print. Far better than the original in the sense that it's not nearly as delicate. You're not keeping this away from scientific study.
What's science ever done for us? TV off.
There aren't extravagant, ridiculous insurance fees or anything like that. Thank you, Cavalier60, for the follow. Welcome, welcome. It's good to have you. I've got some more parts that just finished printing yesterday and this morning. Let's get those assembled. Here is what we have so far. So we've got parietal and then the parietal horn right here. We've got the other one and then some pieces of the parietals and squamosas on either side. Let's put this together. Workstation all set up here. Go. So let's start off with this other horn here, and we'll go from there. So what I like to do for these is use a little cocktail of two different kinds of glues. I have Gorilla Glue Clear Grip right here. This is a nice little kind of gap filler. It takes a long time to set, but we use cyanoacrylate, super glue, in addition to this. And it helps everything set nice and quickly, so you're not waiting hours and hours for this to dry while watching the stream. This is going to be such a cool visual aid when it's assembled. I'm really excited to have this thing ready. Gosh darn it. Cap does not want to come off. Hang on a sec. Let me go grab my pliers. Gosh darn it. It's really glued on there. There's not too much glue left in this, so if I have to throw this one away, it's not the end of the world, but I prefer not to waste it. There we go, finally. Not much left. We'll grab the other glue. Just a second. Oh, this one's brand new. Myself to order some more of this. Okay. So the tricky part is putting this on in exactly the right spot so everything is lined up properly. And then holding it just long enough for the glue to start to set. feels good right about there. There we go. Nice. Rogues Do It Better says the Allosaurus skull is still my favorite so far, but that may change once this is done. This is going to be pretty awesome once it's finished. So I'm lining up these ridges here, feeling around on all the sides to make sure there's not like a lot of overhang. And that is nice. That's lovely. Beautiful. Look at that. Look at those horns. This is why it's called Diabloceratops, the devil horn face. Because of those big protruding, almost obnoxious epiparietal ossifications. Big parietal horns. Lovely. What a cool critter. Just awesome. Anyhow, good stuff. Lovely. Alright, let's set this here for the moment. And then put our other pieces together. We have these on the side. Again, that is this critter right here. Diabloceratops. You can see these are more of the epis along the... Is it still the parietal there? I know with some of these guys, the margin of the parietal and the squamosal is, it changes as these lineages evolve. Kind of a diagnostic feature. Let's see. But yeah, I think the parietal goes really low on this guy, and the squamosal... Yeah. Anyhow. It's still the parietal here. It's over there. It was on the other side. Bingar. Lovely. Go on here just like this. Sorry, this is such a big ungainly thing that it's kind of difficult to get it in frame. I'm doing my best here for you, Chad. Gorilla Glue. Cap back on. And let's test fit it first before we finalize things with the super glue. There we go. Nice. And we got some spill over there. Let's wipe that onto here. At least not want not. There we are. Lovely. Some of the excess.
Join us as we unravel some of the mysteries.
Rhacodactylus? Holy cow.
From our past.
I was hoping to raid into you, Reiko. What's shaking, Reiko?
And their 71 raiders want to hear about those terrible lizards.
Welcome, Reiko. We are assembling a Diabloceratops skull. We've got more printed parts of it here. So we're doing this bit by little bit. Get off the desk, Mini Pie. This is not the right time. Hey, off. I'm sorry, this is not, it's not mini time. This is not safe for you. Get down. Sorry, Mini. As you can tell, Reiko, there's a bit of chaos here. But I hope you had an excellent stream. It's good to see you, Rhacodactylus. How did things go? Which scientific topics were you discussing today? I met System I. How are you doing? Welcome. Is that an I or an L at the end? Excellent. Okay, there we go. Ah! Lovely. Beautiful. Oh, it's coming together. Excellent. Yeah. Nova Star says cats love glue smell. She really shouldn't be huffing that. Knowing Mini Pie, she'll get
The
into whatever
moon does
trouble she can
exist.
find. Atomic Chaos X, thanks for the follow. Welcome, welcome. Good to have you here. What did Reiko get up to? Gluing them together. Reiko. I mean, that is part of the step. That is one of the steps in the lab, but these are 3D printed parts. Printing a great big part right now should be done in about 6 hours. But if anybody just joining us, we're assembling a Diabloceratops skull. This is a dinosaur that's near and dear to my heart. It was discovered by Don DeBlue, assistant Utah State paleontologist, and Uncle Don to us here at this channel. Minecraft NRW, thank you for the follow. Good to have you here.
Dinosaur.
Where'd that go? Diabloceratops, nice. Was that Don right there? Yeah. Here's Don, shortly after finding the thing. He had to rock saw it out. And here is Jim and Don showing this thing off to a bunch of school kids at the Utah Geological Survey. They must be there on a field trip. But super cool. Now, Don looks about 20 years old in that photo. That's really funny. Anyway, good stuff. And Reiko says stream was good. Talked about some news about various attacks against science in the U.S. Oh boy. From funding cuts, the latest anti-vax executive order to attacks against the Smithsonian. I haven't even looked into the stuff about the Smithsonian yet. That's... oh, goodness. It's just bad news all around. But I'm glad that you covered that, Reiko, and maybe I can check out part of that VOD. If anybody's not yet following Reikadactylus, you are missing out. Go solve that right this instant. Thank you, Reiko, for raiding in. Appreciate you. Hope you're doing well. Let's continue this. Let's see. Here we are. And Al and Alice, how are you doing? What's shaking? Hope you're having a good day. I'm working on getting this thing assembled. Sweet streams are made of these, am I right? There we go. Lovely. Just long enough for us to start to set up. And now we will towel away the excess glue right here. Doing with my fingers to make sure everything's occluding properly. Got it all lined up. That's about perfect right there. Lovely. There we are. Nice. Just gonna hold this here for a minute. I love Kate Marsh. Says, hello there, I'm curious which dinosaur out of all known dinosaur species is your favorite? So far, well, my favorite dinosaur species hasn't been named yet. It's one that I found back in 2012 in Montana. So stay tuned for that. But so far, of all the dinosaurs that have been scientifically described, everything that's been published on, probably Triarchunkus is my favorite. It's an alvarezsaur dinosaur. So a little svelte, feathery, long-legged, extremely short-armed, probably insect-eating dinosaur. It's a cool critter. Here, would have looked a lot like this. This is Mononychus from Mongolia, but it's the sister taxon, so the closest relative to our Triarchunkus prairiensis from Montana. But welcome, welcome. I love Kate Marsh. Good to have you here. Ooh, nice. It's coming together. Look at that. Lovely. It's looking like a Diabloceratops now. Look at that. Superb. Oh, man. Yeah. I am stoked. And we've got 2 more pieces to put on. Again, if you're just tuning in, that's this critter, Diabloceratops. Here's the discoverer, Don DeBlue, who's actually retiring this year from the Utah Geological Survey. Uncle Don and Papa Jim. Dr. Jim Kirkland, discoverer of Utah raptor and Gastonia and a number of other dinosaurs. Jim is the Utah State Paleontologist. Don is the assistant Utah State Paleontologist. And here they are showing off this critter to some school kids who are probably in their 40s by now. I'm just kidding. Anyway, Diabloceratops, such a cool critter. A lot of people claim this is a favorite dinosaur now, and you can see why. It's a charismatic critter. Diabloceratops. Neat animal. What a rad creature. Just awesome. And we're going to have one here in the office. Yeah. How strong were those frills? Strong enough that we rarely find them broken from, like, you know, in-life injuries. It looks like it would be really fragile, but it doesn't seem like they were particularly fragile. Be a bit more resilient than you would probably expect, because in life they'd be covered by, you know, by flesh and skin and muscle. There's some evidence that jaw muscles may have actually been anchored to the frill itself. At least that's an old idea. I don't know how well that's held up recently, but this is not the sort of thing where, like, you see them broken and healed during life. They seem to have been sturdy enough that they were not frequently injured. If that makes sense. Reiko says that would be like a great headpiece for a villain to wear in a fantasy setting about wizards and demons and stuff. Sure. Yeah. I can see that. That'll work? Okay. Yeah, it's a pretty charismatic animal. People love Diabloceratops, and I see why. And Henny says, do we know anything about what ceratopsians ate? Like, was it really tough to chew? That's a good question. We don't know a great deal about that. I've heard tell that there are some studies being undertaken with stable isotopes to actually try and figure out directly what these animals were eating. Looking for chemical signatures in the teeth. And I'm excited to hear about that because they do have these big wicked beaks and these shearing teeth. It seems like whatever they're doing, it's pretty serious, but... well, like, what is it though? What are they doing? So they're probably kind of like generalist herbivores, but they may have been going after particularly tough foods. You'll see illustrations sometimes of horned dinosaurs like chopping through tree trunks with their beaks. And I suppose it's not out of the question, but you do have to wonder, like, what would they get out of that? You know? That'd be the point. But I could see these animals almost being ecosystem engineers, kind of like elephants. Where they're like, hey, there's a tree over here. I don't like that tree. I'm going to get rid of that tree. And then they just do. Knock it over, chop it down with their beak, whatever. Like an ancient beaver says, Doctor. I mean, jaw's far stronger than that of a beaver. Yeah. I also wouldn't be shocked if they used their beaks defensively, too. People think about the horns of ceratopsian dinosaurs, the horns of the horned dinosaurs, being used to help spear predators, defend their young and stuff. But that beak is... Think about the beak of like a parrot or a snapping turtle and think about how formidable that can be. And then put that beak on a multi-ton animal with huge jaw muscles. You would not want to get bitten by that thing. You know? Bite you in half. Not even trying. Alright, last piece here. Go on just like this. Lovely. And TechBird says, birds will let you know when they want to be left alone. Painfully so. Imagine, you know, a multi-ton dinosaur doing that. Yeah. And Alan Alice says, popular topic I see for dinosaurs. I'm not sure how much muscle, fat, and other flesh would lay on the skeleton. Is there really no way of determining that info? No, we just talked about this yesterday. We've got a pretty good sense for a lot of these animals nowadays. As long as we have something close to a complete skeleton, you can reconstruct the volume of muscles and other tissue over the skeleton. There is a certain degree of guesswork, but it's not like... I feel like it's a very Reddit thing to say. It's like, oh, we have no idea how chunky these dinosaurs were. It's like, of course we have some idea. I don't know. I'm always annoyed when I see stuff like that online. People trying to act really clever, they do not know what they're talking about. Reconstruction of muscle mass and... Like, we can literally look at the muscle scars on bones for these animals, and we can tell where the muscles attach, and to a certain extent how big those muscles would be, all that stuff. Like, it's not just guesswork. So just your, regular reminder, do not trust everything you see on Reddit. Any ecosystem like that where people are rewarded for sounding clever, but they don't really need to know what they're talking about, that's, beware. This one, for whatever reason, is giving me a little bit of trouble. I'm gonna hold that in place. And Murph says, is there any non-avian dinosaur a bite might not be catastrophic from? Dryosaurus, maybe? A lot of the ornithopod dinosaurs didn't have particularly strong jaws, we think. Especially the smaller ones. But yeah. A lot of the birds, too. I don't think anybody's going to die from a Confucius ornis bite. Especially those non-toothed birds. Yeah. I don't think you die from an ornithomimid bite, either. The ostrich dinosaurs were probably pretty benign like that. Ah, shoot. Okay. That's what I was worried about here. Goodness. Okay. There we are. All right. Nothing a little bit more cyanoacrylate can't fix. Live broadcast, these things happen. There we are. Now it's self-supporting too. Nice. Excellent. Beautiful. Oh, lovely. I can just let that sit there. Fantastic. And I was thinking Hulskaraptor. That's a good one, Murph, yeah. Excellent. Well. I am stoked about this. And there'll be another major part done in about 6 hours. We'll put that on tomorrow during our stream. We'll save it for all of you, so you can watch that happen. And, yeah. Oh, man. I'm excited. Again, this is a dinosaur that's loomed large in my imagination for a long time. One time I drove all the way down from Bozeman, Montana to Salt Lake City just to see this specimen and photograph it and take measurements. And now we're going to have a 3D print of it right here in the office. I am delighted. This is going to be so cool. So cool. With that, I'm going to wrap up this broadcast, so don't go away just yet. We're going to find somebody to raid into here. But, what are our options? Who's doing some science right now? Let's see. And thank you for watching, everybody. Getting thank yous in the chat. You don't have to thank me. I want to thank you. Let's see. Looks like Mahoodles is on. Let's go see what she's up to. Perseid Peak, Astrobiology, and Space News. Nice. Yeah. There we go. Beautiful. Or actually, you know what? Moo's doing pretty well right now in terms of viewership. I think we'll raid into science streams. There we go. Don't go away. We're going to go raid into somebody else doing some science here on Twitch. Balint and Lita are both working scientists and do full-time science outreach here on Twitch. Thank you, everybody, showing up in our credits, from new followers to raiders. Thank you for discovering the channel and sticking around, following. I appreciate that a lot. So we continue to grow things here. Thank you to the financial supporters, the gifters, the cheerers, the subscribers, the resubscribers, the resubscribers. Thank you all for making these streams possible, for your continued financial support. Literally could not do this without you. It's a dream come true to be able to do science outreach full-time and make my living doing this. It's only because of you generous supporters. I appreciate you more than you know. Likewise to the moderators, who are the beating heart of this community. These lovely people monitor the chat each and every stream, make sure this is a safe and welcoming community for people across the internet. I appreciate you more than you know, mods. We're going to go say hello to one of my best friends on this platform, Balint of Science Streams. All of you take care of yourselves, and I hope to see you again tomorrow for some more paleontologizing.